Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're very excited today because we have the first in-person conference in 4 years. During the pandemic, we did continue our conference, and maybe some of you have joined our virtual events, but it's so wonderful to be here today in person, to see you all, to meet you all, and we're really hoping that you have a good day. As you know, Rare New England is here to try to help people with rare diseases, to serve the rare disease community in whatever capacity we can. We all come with some experience living with rare diseases. I myself have a rare disease that I lived with for decades, actually, before finding out I had one. So I have learned the hard way, just as everyone else, about the challenges in the rare disease world. So today we have a great day ahead of us. We're going to have a lot of talks and bring a lot of information, and people will be here to share their resources. And we also have a survey here. We're just hoping that you will pay and take the time to look at this survey and fill it out and leave it with us by the end of the day. We are very interested in your feedback because this is how we create our programs for the next day. So you will hear from me with many reminders about the survey. There are papers like this for the survey out at the table in case you don't have one with you. So we would appreciate it if we get the survey back. So we are now 7.5 years old, and we've done a lot of work for the community. We are very, very happy to have been able to bring on staff to be able to bring more to the community. And at this point, I would like to introduce to you our executive director that we brought in a little over a year ago, who's been fantastic, fantastic to work with, and she'll be able to share a little bit of her story and share with you about the day. So I'm proud to introduce to you now Nicole White, our new executive director.
Thank you, Julie. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who is here today. All of you coming together are really bringing out the meaning of the power of community. I'd also like to thank all of our sponsors for helping us make this event possible. We have Vertex, Horizon, Ultragenyx, Miriam, Grail, PTC Therapeutics, HemoShare Therapeutics, Reneo, Stealth, Recordati, Rare Diseases, and Bristol County Savings Bank. All right, so the day, as Julie said, we have a great day filled with some great talks and some amazing panelists and speakers. So we have 2 breaks scheduled for the day. You'll see in your booklets here that we have the agenda along with some other great information. We also have our passports. So the whole idea behind the passports is for you to go and see our great exhibitors, take a visit and learn all about them and the work that they do to help support the rare disease community. So you go and you get them stamped. When you're done getting them all stamped, you put it in our little zebra bin. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have a drawing and someone will win a prize. So we also have our Rare Connections room right in the corner to the right there. And that room is dedicated to patients and caregivers so they can connect and we can talk to them and learn a little bit more about how we can help them better. When you are going throughout the day today, please, I encourage you to talk to myself, the Rare New England staff, and our board of directors that are also here to support the day. Beyond the annual conference, Rare New England has some great programs. We have information on the programs scattered throughout, so please take some time and read on those programs and learn more. And in order to host these wonderful programs, we depend on our community to help provide the resources to make events such as the annual conference possible. And again, everyone coming together. I appreciate you all being here, and really, we're all connected through rare disease, and you're bringing in the power of community into this day, and thank you for making it a wonderful day. Lastly, I would have some exciting news to share. I received a phone call a few weeks ago from the gentleman by the name of Michael Bose. He is from the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. He's business manager in Boston. He and I share a connection. My son was born with short bowel syndrome. He is 11 years old, and we were told that he wouldn't see his second birthday. So he is my inspiration and my drive to be here today. And throughout these years of advocating and supporting the rare disease community, he is my reason why. But learning all about all the rare diseases and all the individuals who we can support, this is why I'm here. I appreciate each and every one of you. So, Michael, I'd like to introduce you to come up, or ask you to come up. Michael is presenting Rare New England with a gift from the union, a $25,000 gift to help us expand our programming and focus on pediatric services.
I'm the business manager. I don't think I need it.
Okay.
I'm the business manager of Local 4, the operating engineers. We run all the heavy equipment in the Boston area, 6 counties in New Hampshire, and all the state of Maine. Every year we have a charitable golf tournament. This year we picked 4 different places to give our money to. That we made $100,000 this year. We picked Rare New England as one of our charities, and hope that they would use this toward children causes. It's our pleasure to give it to you.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much. All right.
All
right.
All right. Thanks.
All right. And to start the day, I am going to introduce our keynote speaker, Nathan Grant. Excuse me. Nathan Grant is the twin brother of Nick Grant, who has a rare genetic condition called MPS II, also known as Hunter syndrome. From Cincinnati, Ohio, Nathan is currently a second-year medical student at Harvard Medical School. Outside of school, Nathan is the founder and president of Siblings with a Mission, an international organization that supports siblings of people with complex health conditions and their families. He also serves on the board of directors of Project Alive and is the author of several research articles on rare diseases, including the book, The MPS Sibling, Short Stories for Brothers and Sisters. Inspired by his brother, Nathan hopes to help improve outcomes for people with rare conditions and their families through clinical care, research, and advocacy. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And thank you, Rare New England, for having me. Just get the slides up here. I feel so grateful to be here with you all today to talk about some of my experiences with my brother, as well as some of my experiences in the rare disease community. As you guys all know, living with a rare disease can change one's life. There can be many positives, but there can also be many, many challenges. And so in a way, we all have our unique experiences with the rare disease, and everyone here today is an expert in their own sense of what it's like to have and live with a rare disease. So in a way, all of you guys can be up here to give this talk. So what I hope today after this talk is to be able to provide a general overview of the general experiences of life with a rare disease, and to provide some key takeaways for everyone, whether you're a person living with a rare disease, a family member, thank you, a family member, a healthcare provider, professional, anybody. And so I also want to be able to make this talk interactive. So I'm going to try my best to save some time at the end for questions, but if you have questions, also feel free to raise your hand and we can make this interactive as well. Right. So just to start, I wanted to give a brief story that I think really highlights what it's like to live with a rare disease. So in the classical Indian story, the Ramayana, Ram and Lakshman are two brothers who have a very close and strong bond. But after a major battle, Ram is exiled to a nearby forest for 14 years. Although his brother Lakshmana is not exiled to the forest, he chooses to follow his brother into exile so that he could help protect him and take care of him. Lakshmana chose to sacrifice everything and to go into isolation so that he could take care of his brother. This story is one that I think is really important for us today because it highlights how close and strong the family caregiving bond is, especially the sibling bond. It highlights what families do for each other. We take care of each other, despite the challenges that can come with caregiving, such as the isolation that Lakshmana experienced taking care of his brother Ram. The close caregiving bond is one that is really prevalent in the rare disease community. With rare diseases, it doesn't just affect the individual who's diagnosed with the condition. Rare disease affects the entire family. And because of all the complex physical, psychological, and behavioral symptoms that can come with a rare disease, family members are often called into assistance in caregiving. And this caregiving can be challenging and can come with things like isolation that Lakshmana experienced in the story. And these are some things that I'm going to highlight later on throughout the talk about what caregiving looks like in the rare disease community. So for this talk, some of the key goals that I hope you guys take away is first to explore the overall experiences, perspectives, and needs of families living with rare diseases. Also to identify effective strategies and resources to help overcome the challenges that can come with a rare disease and find ways to increase support. I also really hope that everyone comes away from this talk feeling empowered to make the changes you need. As Nicole and Julie were saying earlier, with a rare disease, community is crucial. So I really hope to emphasize ways that I personally have found community and some ways that I think that might be helpful for you all to find community too. And throughout, I want to give key takeaways for people with the conditions themselves, as well as families and providers. And so as Nicole was saying, rare disease is something that's an important and personal topic to me. This is my twin brother, Nick. Nick was diagnosed with a rare condition called mucopolysaccharidosis, also known as Hunter syndrome or MPS type 2. And he was diagnosed when we were both 3. At the time, I think one of the things that was helpful was just because there was a comparison of me as a twin, but it did take a very long time to find my brother's diagnosis. And that's something I'm also going to highlight as a key challenge for many people with rare diseases. But he was diagnosed when we were 3, and currently he is in Cincinnati, Ohio. And ever since he was diagnosed, we have attended numerous medical appointments to provide care for my brother and find answers to help alleviate many of his symptoms. Due to his condition, he has physical limitations, but the major thing that he has is neurological and behavioral limitations. He is nonverbal. He can communicate through mostly just behavior, through pointing. When he's upset, he can definitely let us know. And he also communicates just through smiling and giving us hugs and telling us he's there. But communication is a very big challenge, as well as some of the behavioral issues that come with his disease. He also has a lot of physical issues, including chronic severe pain, which makes management very, very difficult. He receives care from numerous specialties, including genetics, psychiatry, neurology, pulmonology, ENT, and many, many more. And coordinating all of these doctors is very difficult, especially as he's gotten older. Currently, we are fortunate that he has support part-time at a residential living arrangement that we've been able to give for him, which he has really, really enjoyed. And then, but with that, as many of you know, finding care is very challenging. So we also are very fortunate to bring my brother home part of the week as well. And I'm happy to talk to you more about some of the issues that we have found with finding care for my brother. But that could be a whole talk in itself. So as I was saying earlier, having a rare disease comes with many challenges along the journey. The first is what we call the diagnostic odyssey. And this is the fact that finding a diagnosis when there is a rare disease is very challenging and take a lot of time. The average is more than 3 years for people with a rare disease to find a diagnosis. As I mentioned, my brother was diagnosed when he was 3, but exhibited some symptoms before then. And then many people with MPS, they can be diagnosed all the way up until 9 or 10 or even into adulthood. So this is a big challenge, is to finding the diagnosis. And that time it takes to find a diagnosis can come with a lot of emotional burden, uncertainty, fear, as well as a feeling of why us. This is something that my parents and I have struggled a lot with. We've always, at the start of when my brother was diagnosed, we've wondered, why is this happening to us? I'm sure there's some people maybe in this audience today who have grappled with these feelings of, why is it us? Why is my loved one sick? Why are we dealing with this uncertainty of how to find a diagnosis? And all of that can just make living life with a rare disease even more difficult. On top of that diagnostic journey, it can also be really difficult to manage the physical and behavioral symptoms. Because my brother is active and still can walk and run, on top of still having behavioral issues, he needs 2 to 3 on one care. So that would be my mom, my dad, if I'm there and at home, and me as well. He needs everyone he can to make sure he's safe, make sure other people are safe, to make sure he's getting his medications, not causing and getting any harm. And so it's just difficult to be there all at once. It requires complete presence, which is hard. It'd also be challenging to find medical, educational, social, and residential or respite caregiving services, especially with having a rare disease. Not many people know what the condition is. They don't know how to manage it. So that just makes finding services even more difficult. And with all of this, it's even harder as we age, what we call falling off the cliff. After my brother aged out of high school, we lost services. All the services were provided for my brother up until the age of 21, when he was allowed to stay in his high school in our city, in our community. But once he turned 21, everything went away, and it was up to the family to find these services. And then going back to having a rare disease, it's re-educating service providers, telling people what we need, coming up with the solutions ourselves. And so all of these things can be difficult. But despite the challenges, I really want to emphasize that everything isn't all hard. There are a lot of benefits. Because of my brother has MPS, I've gained a special understanding of what it means to be a family. I've learned what it means to provide care, even during the hard times. As you see in the top picture, my brother there is smiling, riding his bike. He absolutely loves to ride bikes. And, when he was diagnosed, the doctors told us he wouldn't be doing things like riding a bike. They told us he wouldn't even live past the age of 10, which is something that was highlighted earlier about life expectancy. Overcoming these things and seeing my brother overcome all of what was expected of him has been so amazing and inspiring to me as a sibling, and inspires me to keep going even when I think things are hard. I think school is hard. I see my brother going up, doing so much more things. It just inspires me to keep on going. And it's really a special privilege that I have to have my brother Nick in my life, to see these encouraging and things that he does every day. I've also been able to make incredible connections with an inspiring community here in the rare disease world. I've been able to meet so many other people with MPS too, with all the other MPS. There's 7 MPS conditions. Here at the bottom picture, you can see my brother there in the blue, as well as some other individuals with different MPSs. And so I've been able to just meet so many incredible families and learn about their journeys too. And it's also brought me here today, and brought all of us here today, to make the connection with a great community that's inspiring. And it's also inspired me to pursue medicine and to become a healthcare provider to help people like my brother and others with rare diseases. And so that was a little bit about my story, but I also wanted to just highlight overall, in general, what are some of the impacts of rare disease on diagnosed individuals. And so one of the things that research has really shown, and this is coming from a recent literature review, is that the limited knowledge of rare diseases among healthcare providers is very challenging. patients, individuals with rare diseases often feel like they have to be the ones educating providers. And that's really not what should be happening. When you go see a doctor, it shouldn't be up to the patient to communicate and educate the doctor about how to take care of them. And so this is something that medical schools, other education groups really need to work on increasing awareness of the rare disease life. And so this is something that patient advocacy groups and the medical system is working on improving. It's still much more to do. But it is true that there's just limited knowledge among providers, which can be challenging. On top of this limited knowledge, just the amount of constantly going to doctors, checking on all these specialties. As I mentioned, my brother has all these specialties that we have to take him to. All of that can cause what we call health-related trauma. There can also be a lot of PTSD just from going to medical appointments, getting poked, prodded, all these exams. It can be really challenging, and to have to do that from a young age all the way up into adulthood is hard. All of this can cause people with rare diseases to have be more likely to experience poor mental health outcomes. On top of this, the uncertain disease progression can be extremely challenging because it can cause worry and fear about the future. What is next? This is something that my family has worried a lot about for my brother in terms of what is his life expectancy? What are we going to expect in the future as he ages? Will his disease get worse? We see all these articles in the literature about how people with MPS and other rare diseases tend to get sicker as they age. And just knowing that fact can cause worry and can be limiting in itself. And then on top of that, people with rare diseases may require assistance with daily living activities. And this can cause individuals to have a feeling of a lack of independence, as well as the sense of isolation. Because of the requirement for assistance, there might not be the supports necessary in schools, at work. And so this can limit one's ability to fully engage in community. And then caregivers too also report experiencing challenges with living with a rare disease. Many caregivers feel like they don't have the information they need to understand the diagnosis and provide the care that's required. And then all the caregiving that's necessary can cause individuals, caregivers, families to feel like they aren't able to fully engage in the activities outside of care. And then on top of that, other people in the family, such as, so if there's a parent, a core family member providing care, other family members may not fully understand what that caregiving is like. And that can cause the primary caregiver to feel poorly understood and further isolated. And so I know I have highlighted a lot of challenges here, and this is something that I hope just really, if you are experiencing this, just resonates and shows that you aren't alone in these experiences. And then later on in the talk, I want to highlight some strategies that we can use to overcome some of these challenges. And so what is key, though, from the literature and the research that's been done is that despite these challenges, when there is support provided, such as support from groups like Rare New England, this support can be life-changing and can make things much, much more manageable. And I really, really want to emphasize here, though, that siblings are extremely important in the rare disease community. When we think about caregivers in our society, we often think that it's the parents. We have this perspective that caregiving, the normative sense of caregiving is it's done by a parent. But that's just not true. Siblings are also called into care. Siblings often have the longest relationships of their lives together. So because of that, it becomes necessary for siblings to provide care for their brothers and sisters with rare diseases. And this is something that siblings can tell you for different reasons, either because a parent or another family member asked, but oftentimes it's not because a family member asked the sibling to provide care. It's usually because siblings see that it's just necessary. As I said, my brother needs 2 or 3 to 1 care. It's just needed. And because it's a rare disease, lifelong limitations, finding support in the community sometimes just isn't the option. It's just not available, either because of funding or just lack of accessibility. So siblings are required to provide care, and they often do this in different ways, just as first, just being a friend. As you see in the bottom picture, my brother loves cereal boxes. So for Halloween, we dressed up as cereal boxes. And that's just one way that siblings are able to provide care and be a friend that people with rare diseases, especially with neurocognitive limitations, often don't get. And then on top of that, siblings can provide care by assisting with daily living activities. I often help my brother with things that aren't always the prettiest, but with bathing, toileting, meal preparation, all those things matter too. And then also assisting with medications at the top when my brother was shortly after his diagnosis at the age of like 3.5. He got 2 bone marrow transplants. And that was a picture of me carrying some of his tubes as a child, as a baby in the hospital. So even at a very young age, you can see siblings being a caregiver. Mm. There we go. Well, sorry. Just 1 second. Thank you. And then, so this is from a study that was conducted on posts written by siblings on a sibling support website about their experiences. And one thing that I'll just highlight here is one of the things siblings often say is challenging is when people stare at their brothers and sisters with these complex health conditions. And that was, for me, was something that was really, really challenging as a young kid, is that I hated when people stared at my brother. He often uses like a wheelchair in a way, like a stroller when we go out in public, and we would always get stares. And these stares were so challenging, and it made me feel like why me? Why us? Why do we have these differences? And that these stares can also cause further isolation. And so because of all the stares that I got as a young child towards my brother, I was very closed. I did not talk about my brother's experiences. I did not share anything. It actually is until recently, just until about 6 or 7 years ago, when I started opening up about my family story. And so it was a very hard growing up. I was not open about it. And if that's something that you guys feel today, is that you feel more closed and not open to sharing, I can say that we're all on different parts of our journey. And I've learned that over time, I've come to realize that even though it's hard when people stare, they often just stare because they are curious about my brother, about why is he in this wheelchair? Why does he make these vocalizations that are different? And I learned to take some of this curiosity and change it into a chance and opportunity to provide awareness and provide education. And so even though it's tough, it's not always fun to be the educator. I think it's really been empowering to me to be able to just open up and start making the change myself instead of waiting for somebody else to educate people about rare diseases. And then here is just some highlighting key research about the needs of siblings in the rare disease community. Siblings often need both informational and social support in terms of in-person and online counseling, advice, and connections with other siblings. And siblings, as well as other family members, need the support from doctors of all specialties, therapists, patient advocacy organizations, really anyone who interacts with a sibling. And yet, even though there's this huge need for support, very few organizations and providers actually offer these resources for support. A key quote from a study by Katie Arnold, who's a close colleague of mine, found that in a quote from a sibling, sometimes we as siblings tend to feel alone and isolated from others when we spend a lot of time caring for our sibling. I think there needs to be more groups for adult siblings. People tend to forget about us anyway. So we see this huge need for support, yet there's very few resources that are available to support families. And so all of this, I really wish to emphasize that people with rare diseases exist in the context of the family. The well-being of everyone, the individual with the condition, the siblings, the family members are all connected. So when it comes to a rare disease, it's really important that we provide support to everyone, and that we can't let the limitations like lack of resources, lack of provider time get in the way. And so with that, there are some really easy and quick solutions that we can use to help families today. So the next 2 or 3 slides are really geared for people who may be the providers in the audience, the patient advocacy organizations. These are some solutions that we can use to help families that are quick and easy to get around that limitation of time that providers often say is the barrier to giving support. And so one really quick thing to do that can be very helpful is just by asking families and siblings, anyone in the room, how are you? And this is a perspective piece that I wrote. I'm happy to provide you the link with this, but just a quote from this is that I wish healthcare providers of all specialties spent more time asking how my parents and I actually are doing. It would help to really hear, how are you? What are your current responsibilities? Are these recommendations feasible? Just asking a 3-sentence, 3-word, how are you, can really show families that you're there, you care, you recognize them, and that you are going to be there to help. Even if you don't have time to actually change what families are saying, you can know that there's a challenge and you can refer them to some resources that you might know about, which we will talk about some of these later on. Other things is just engaging and including the family caregivers in conversations that are already occurring. If you're going to have a service meeting with other providers, other people in the community who give care, include the family in those since they're already occurring. Include them, of course, as long as it's appropriate, as long as the individual with the rare disease approves, as long as things are okay to include them. But if it's okay to include them. And this can really help increase information and combat those feelings of isolation, loneliness, and confusion that I mentioned earlier. And then also, it's okay though if you don't have all the answers about how to support a family, how to support an individual with a rare disease. We just want to know that you're there. Oftentimes with a rare disease, there's no treatment. It could just be supportive care. And that, even though it's not the greatest solution, and that might make providers feel hesitant to get involved, just knowing that you're there and willing to go with us along the journey makes all the difference. Sorry, I think it froze again. Thanks. Okay. And the next things I just want to share is my personal story about how I've been able to make a difference. And I really believe the key thing here is that just knowing your story makes a difference. Your story matters. And so while we've seen that siblings and families need support, and we know that there's limited support, I've chosen to do something about this because it was getting very challenging in my teens going into through high school to not have any support as a sibling. There were no support groups for me. There were maybe some groups for young siblings under the age of 12, but there was nothing for teenagers. There was nothing for siblings in the rare disease community when I was growing up. And this was really hard for me. I wanted to be able to connect with people. I saw my parents going to groups like this, but they were just for parents. There is nothing for siblings. And I decided, I see this need. I have this need. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait for someone to create something. So towards the end of my high school, around 2015, I started an organization called Siblings with a Mission. And we are an international group that provides support to siblings of anyone with a rare disease or complex health condition. And we do this through various methods. Our primary one is through an online story column where siblings, as well as sibling supporters, parents, providers, can share their story about what it's like to live with these conditions. What are these experiences? And for example, many of our stories are just, what is it like when a loved one goes to the hospital? What do you do? How do you cope? And these stories we found have been extremely helpful because they're online, so they can be accessed 24/7 wherever you are. So say it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, you're feeling you need support, you can go online and you can see a community of people who have written about this. And you can find support, which is also like I was saying, that limitation of time. Oftentimes, if there is a sibling group, it's only on certain times. So we found that doing this online group of sharing the stories is extremely helpful. And it also really helps bring together a community no matter where you are. And on top of that, though, many people still want to have that in-person support. So we've also done several conferences and online and in-person support groups. And so this is an example. Each year we do what we call sibling symposiums, where very similar to where we are today, we bring together anyone, siblings, families, healthcare providers, talk about the experiences of siblings and sibling supporters. This is often through keynotes, research presentations, as well as breakout groups and sibling panels, which at the top right, at the very left here, my left will be you can see a picture of all the panelists on our sibling panels, and everyone says the panel is the highlight of these events. And so more information is on our website, and I can share more personally, but I just really want to highlight here, the key takeaway is that I have found that it's been so impactful to be able just to connect with people and to make a difference yourself. Even at a young age, what could I have done? You know, that many people are like, you're young, you're not able to do all these things. And I've really realized that no, I can make a difference no matter where I am in life. And that's something that I really hope that I can share with you all today, is to feel empowered to make that difference. If you see a need, change it. And so I saw a need to connect siblings and to meet other siblings. So I just started by creating a website, and then I really thought it was just going to be a website, but I've connected with so many more people who have given me help to turn it from a website into a whole organization. So what I've learned personally is that even though I didn't have all the skills and knowledge of how to run an organization, I've been able to connect with people along the way who've helped me learn how to do so. And so just that power of community, the people here today, connect with each other, learn about your guys' stories, and see if they see a need, come up with a way that we can really address these needs. Because in the rare disease community, that's what's important. It's really person, patient, and family driven to make change. And so by connecting with other siblings, I've been able to see myself and heard from other siblings that the power of community shows that we are not alone. While it might feel like it, there's so many others around the world who have similar experiences. And we've also been able to find a lot of relief from just sharing our stories. It's cathartic to share what it's like to have a sibling, to what it's like to be a caregiver. And so sharing these stories is a form of support in and of itself. And then on top of that, though, while I've seen that it's been incredibly amazing to be able to support siblings and start siblings with a mission, there's a lot of times that there's siblings who have needs that I don't fully know how to address. And so I realized that research is really, really crucial to be able to adequately meet the needs of people in the rare disease community. And so a few years ago, I decided I really wanted to better understand through research what is the experiences of siblings of people, specifically with my brother's disease. And there was no research out there. And so I connected with some rare disease researchers here in New England, Dr. Scott Coe and Dr. Amel Kara, both geneticists here in locally. They're both in Boston right now. And we together designed a study to identify the experiences and support needs of siblings of people with MPS. And our study was published in 2021 in the paper right there. But some of our key findings here is that siblings really need opportunities to connect with other people, just as we expected, right? They need these opportunities, but by having this published, it can really be used to show payers, insurance providers, other groups to really help get more of the backing of providing funding within organized spaces like hospitals. Siblings also really need opportunities to be included in care plans and care conversations, as well as support with genetic testing and some other things. So by doing this research, I've been able to put together a list of concrete facts that siblings need, which can really help support the development of further research and also further resources from different advocacy groups and hospitals. And so while it's been incredible to research siblings, I've also realized that much more research needs to be done in the rare disease community with patients and other family members too. And this is also really key because with advances in medical care, people with rare diseases are living longer, which has required even more research and even more awareness about what is it like to live longer with a rare disease. And so some of the things that I've seen are really important in the rare disease community is more research on treatment outcomes, patient and family preferences, and aging. What is it like to age with these conditions? And so previously, I've been involved in some research studies on treatment outcomes in MPS, as well as some studies on newborn screening in MPS too. And these were with different MPS specific researchers in the US. Our recent study was just published on how newborn screening can improve outcomes long-term in the MPS conditions. And this topic of newborn screening is one that's very important in the rare disease space. And so currently I'm working on a study to identify strategies to support the transition from pediatric to adult healthcare. And I know there's a session later today in the conference about the transitioning piece, so I'll save some of that for then. But this is also a really hot topic right now. And so much more research, though, is needed. And what I hope to just highlight is, you know, if you see a need, about doing more information, talk to people in your community that you've connected with. Talk to doctors, researchers, healthcare providers about, hey, I think this needs to be studied. And you will find that many doctors in the community are really receptive to doing the research. And so, for example, when I saw that my brother is having so many challenges transitioning to adult care, I reached out to some doctors here in New England to ask them about doing a study on this. And we were able to get funding from a patient advocacy group to support us to make this happen. And now we're currently in the process of studying this topic. And so it really is something that I've learned that can be done is it's patient and family driven. If you see a need, talk to people in your community, in your corner, and it can really help improve outcomes. And so this here is really my last slide here. And then I want, if there's time for questions. But I really want to emphasize, feel empowered to make change. Living with a rare disease is hard and you can feel alone, but you are the expert. You might feel like those doctors are the expert, but no, you live with the condition, you live with the rare disease. You know more than anybody might know about what it's like to live with that exact condition. And so because you are the expert, you are empowered and you can make change. If you can start support groups, you can connect with people and you can do research, but that's not to say that you have to do all those things. One thing you can do is just start by having the conversation with other people and bringing that community together. And together, you guys can make change. So it can be something as individual as you as an individual person making change, or you as a group of other people making change. But what I'm just wanting to emphasize is that you can, and it's so incredible to see the amount of change you can do just by sharing your story and connecting with other people. I also really want to emphasize how important it is in the rare disease community to advocate for services. This is a constant battle. My parents are currently still in this, but battling for services, both in terms of respite care, residential support, medical providers, is an everyday thing. And so you guys probably, I see a lot of head shaking as you have some experience with this too. And so just encouraging you guys to keep up with the battle and don't give up. And advocacy can really help make our outcomes better, not just for our loved ones, but for other people in the rare disease community too. And also just want to emphasize how I wouldn't be able to do any of this though without the mentors that I've had in my life. I've been really grateful to have incredible research mentors, teachers, family, loved ones, and they've made all of this possible. So while I've been able to do so many things, it wouldn't be without the support of others. So connecting with a community, you know you're not alone and you can do so many things to help yourself, your loved ones, and others. And these are just some resources that I mentioned that you might find interesting and helpful, or you can share with others who might find these helpful. And there are many more of these based on location and diagnosis as well. And just know that you are not alone and you can make a difference. And maybe there's some time for questions, and then here's my contact information. Thank you. Um, Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. And so newborn screening is a very difficult topic because it does vary based on where you're located in your state. So I can tell you the example in terms of MPS II. So the study that we did was looking at newborn screening outcomes in a pair of siblings that received the newborn screening. And we have found that earlier, if you are able to screen and diagnose the condition early, there's more opportunities to get involved in different clinical trials, different treatments that are available. And with that, in terms of getting earlier access, it really does improve outcomes, because a lot of times with these rare diseases, especially these lysosomal conditions, there's disease progression that once you hit a certain amount of disease severity, you can't go back. And so by diagnosing earlier, you can stop that, either stop the disease progression, or in some cases, if it's early enough, you'll see oftentimes there's a curve where disease severity over time. And if you stop the progression, oftentimes the disease severity can either stay at a horizontal line or it can go down. And so we did find in our study that by diagnosing earlier, the disease progression halted. It didn't get worse. And that's because they had access to what the treatments were for MPS, which is enzyme replacement therapy, as well as some clinical trials that are currently in development. And so one thing I will emphasize though, that so we did this study and then we gave it to a group. There's this Rare Disease Advisory Council that that looks at all the research to help recommend whether diseases should be added to what's called the RUSP, Recommended Screening Panel. And so the RUSP, they won't add these conditions to the RUSP unless there is effective treatments that are available. So it's really important to show what is effective. And in the rare disease community, our definition of effective is often different from what the definition is for funders from the FDA. So that's why doing some of these research studies, even if it's a small sample size, to show what is a family considered to be effective. For example, families often consider just toileting ability to be effective, which the FDA often does not consider. And so it's really, I do think this is why I wanted to emphasize, like talking to researchers about what do you as a family consider to be effective can really help advocate for newborn screening. Mhm. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me better?
Yes.
This is probably one of the first times someone told me I needed to be louder, so a keystone moment. I just wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing, and this certainly resonates with me as I have 3 children. They're all adults now, but really kind of they'll be here when I'm gone. And what is it for them, you know, to kind of you step up or step down if they don't want to be involved. But my question has to do with, do you have any tips either for yourself or someone that you know to manage potential romantic relationships or long-term relationships with partners? And how do you bring forth that, you know, you might be responsible for your sibling for a very long time at kind of levels that wouldn't be in a typical family?
Yeah, that's a question that gets asked quite a lot. I will say it might be helpful on our website on Siblings with a Mission on our story column. We have a few stories that have been written about this that shares different pieces of advice that other siblings have used. So I just want to highlight that because everyone does their own path for how to navigate this. So that might be helpful. But I do think this is really an individual thing. If the sibling feels comfortable, I think that can be something that's mentioned right off the bat of, hey, my loved one has this condition. I might be involved in taking care of this person throughout my life. Is that okay with you? I have a lot of friends who are siblings who would say that just on the first date, this is what you're walking into. And I think that really does help with setting expectations about what it's like. But at the same time, people might not want to be open about it and might just want to just be a sibling, just be you and not talk about the disease. And that certainly works too. And I think you find the right person, they will be understanding no matter what path you do take. And so, but it is definitely really hard. And I think there's moments when it can be even harder at times when there's like an acute issue, a hospitalization. So I really think being open about things and communicating what your needs are in the moment is the biggest piece of advice I'd have. And yeah, do we have time for one more? Okay. And I can talk to you guys throughout the conference too. So sorry, I saw your hand first. Oh.
Hello.
how that works. I think.
Okay, cool. So to your point about research and advocacy, I feel like in the past few years, I've been really trying to do research and advocacy and get people motivated. And I feel in a lot of ways that I'm like dragging people with me. Like it's really hard to be the only person pushing for it and motivating other people to join you. Even if everyone has the right intentions, it often just, goes to the wayside. And I'm wondering if you've had any similar experiences or any advice for like helping people
Yeah.
continue on doing this job and like.
That's a great thing. I would say two things is one, the more people you can get involved, I think the better. So for example, the study we're doing on transitioning care, we have involved doctors throughout the country instead of just locally. And I think that provides a piece of accountability. We have a team of like 10 of us. And I think if you can find ways to connect with people, sending emails to people, if there's a rare disease, find the expert who's working in it and send an email to them. You can often find their emails on their research studies. And that piece of accountability I found is helpful. If there's the second thing I would say, it's maybe even a little bit more helpful is if you can find a way to get funding, that can be great. And so that's often done by reaching out to patient advocacy groups that have funding available. So Project Alive, I mentioned earlier, is a group that does MPS research, and they've helped fund us. And it's really because of them that we're able to do this, that it gives us the tools to do. And so if you can find funding, or if you can advocate yourself to do fundraisers yourself, that can be helpful. Talk to groups. If Rare New England has connections, or some of those groups I posted up above, if they have connections, find them. And I do know that some pharmaceutical companies will also provide research funding. So those are some avenues you can consider.
Thank you.
Happy to talk more, guys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Fryer. I'm on the board of directors for Rare New England, and I'm so happy to see you here in person. This is the third conference I've been involved in for Rare New England. First one I got to do in person, so I love it. I'm having a great time. In addition to the work I do for Rare New England, I also run my own company called Salem Oaks. We help people understand the pharmaceutical research and development process so they can have a bigger impact, particularly patients, caregivers, families, and the nonprofits that are supporting them. So for rare disease folks, you see a lot of people go in and say, we're going to treat the disease. We're going to find a treatment. I know how to get there. And so if you want to come out to my table later, I can tell you more about what we're doing. If my panelists could come forward, we're going to have a nice discussion here. So Neil and Abby, Kathleen, and Angela. Grab a chair. You got there first, so you get to pick. Okay. I might too. So green light is on. I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves as they come forward, but what we're talking about is thriving in the midst of constant change. And so we all feel change. When you're in a healthcare system, you feel the changes going on around you. When you find out you have a rare disease, you feel the changes going on within you. It's right there. So thriving in change is something that I think we can all take something from. We're going to hear different viewpoints about what I just spoke of there, the system, what happens personally, and how people are there to support you. So Abby, why don't you go first?
Hi, my name is Abby. I am a clinical psychotherapist. I've been practicing for about 10 years. My sister and I are co-founders of Revive Therapeutic Services, which is an outpatient mental health practice. It's a group-based mental health practice where we provide, no problem, where we provide medication management, therapy, and transcranial magnetic stimulation to adults and children. So we have an average about 30 clinicians and medication providers.
I'm Neil Eid. I'm a nurse practitioner in pediatric surgery more specifically. I've been a pediatric nurse for 40 years. I recently retired from my clinical position, but I'm very active in the American Society for Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, focusing on medical devices, enteral feeds, parenteral nutrition. And I'm still on two committees with them, the Parenteral Nutrition Committee and the Physician Engagement Committee. I'm also on the Board of Certification for Nutrition Support Clinicians. And I'll be speaking today about something that kind of resonated with me throughout the first talk with Mr. Grant, transitions to adult healthcare.
Hi, my name's Angela Shepherd. I am a preventive medicine and public health physician. I'm currently the director of the New England Regional Genetics Network that's located out of the University of New Hampshire's Institute on Disability. I also serve as the New Hampshire Medical Society's appointee to the New Hampshire Rare Disorders, Rare Disease Advisory Council. I happen to also be a rare disease patient myself, and so that I think sometimes it's helpful to give that sort of a cross perspective there.
Hello, my name is Kathy Kuiper. I work for Ripen and I'm based at the Rhode Island Department of Health Office of Special Needs. What brings me to this line of work is that I am a peer, have peer experience. Sometimes I wish I had a little less peer experience. My eldest son, who is 33 now, has tuberous sclerosis. And at the time when he was diagnosed, long time ago, he was one in 10,000. But as you know, the diagnostics tools have improved, that number has gone way down. I don't even think it's considered a rare disease at this point. But what was interesting is that his father and my son were diagnosed on the same day. So it's some of these things that runs in families and you don't know it. You don't know it until it happens to you. And that can be really hard to deal with. I'm here because I am I'm the coordinator of the Rhode Island Medical Home Portal, which is a repository of information for families and professionals caring for kids with special needs. I do want to put this out there. It is not individualized information. It is much more general. So that this isn't, connected with electronic medical records. So I just want to put that out there. The name can be a little bit misleading. But we've done this project for a number of years, and last year we had 53,000 hits on our site. And so it's very helpful to both professionals and parents as well.
Okay, so each of our speakers is going to tell you a little bit more about what they're doing and share some information with you. And Abby's going to go first here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Right, exactly. Right. Okay. So when I was asked to do this, a lot of things came to mind. I have a brother who struggled with complex medical issue. So when they asked me to do this, I said, where do we start? There's so much information to provide, especially with somebody who has a sibling struggling with complex medical issue, and on top of having clients as a mental health provider who also come in with significant amount of uncertainty. So as you know, the importance of mental health with somebody who has complex medical issues and also rare disease, the unknown. As we all know, whether you're a family member, you're a medical profession, and when you get a medical diagnosis, there's a significant amount of fear. There's a significant amount of anxiety that you often experience, and also some confusion. Where do I go? What do I say? What do I do? So as a family member, as I mentioned, we all experience that of where do we go? What do we say? How do we cope? Next slide. So some of the things, it's kind of piggyback on what Nate had mentioned, the importance of having a community, the importance of seeking out mental health. So it's challenging. with challenging your negative thoughts. When you're faced with the unknown, you often experience significant amount of negative thoughts. Remember, we have to remember that we're not our diagnosis. So oftentimes when you get this diagnosis, so many things come to the surface. And it's important to remember that you're not your diagnosis. You are the person that can advocate for yourself. You are the person that can reach out for services, obviously with professionals like me and those that I have up here. Next slide. So I wanted to focus on, as I mentioned, there was so many things that came in mind, and it's like, where do you focus on? So I wanted to focus on managing more importantly, stress and anxiety during this time. It's important to practice relaxation techniques, whether it's grounding yourself. Grounding can be very beneficial, and it's something that you can do without anybody knowing, whether it's deep breathing. I know some of you guys in this room may look at it as, deep breathing, is it effective? It is one of the most effective coping mechanisms to assist anytime that you're experiencing a significant amount of stress. And being in the present moment, prioritizing your self-care, whether it's taking time to just coordinate with other people who have rare diseases. It could be utilizing a support network is also oftentimes beneficial. Being in the present moment, what does that look like? So oftentimes when you're in the present moment, you're in the here and now. Again, with the uncertainty, you have so much different things that's going through your head. So being in the present moment, being in the where now, and understanding that these emotions and feelings that you're experiencing, it's natural. You are going to experience it. Rather than trying to rush the process of the feelings that you're experiencing, it's important to be in the present moment, being in the here and the now. Set realistic expectations for yourself. Oftentimes we want to rush the process of all this. I'm stressed. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. So rushing the process of not setting realistic expectations, goal setting. It's important to be in the here and now, be in the present moment. Break tasks into smaller increments. So oftentimes when you have as a caregiver and also as a parent, even the individual who struggles with rare disease, having so much on your to-do, whether you're going to a doctor's appointment, now you're adding a therapist into it. You're like, man, there's so much things, there's so many places, there's so many things to do. It's important to break these tasks into smaller goals for yourself, so it's actually accomplishable. So as Nate mentioned, with the power of the community, as you know, you're the person with your diagnosis. So you're the one that can tell your story. Your family members, those around you, are the ones that can assist you. So it's important to be patient with yourself within the process of it. Again, I cannot express the importance of being in the present moment, focusing on the here and now, and being patient with yourself so you're not rushing the process of it. So something that I want, I know we only have like 10 minutes and then we have to move on, but something to remember is that it's hard to take care of yourself if your mental health is jeopardized. Again, how do you take care of your loved one if you're all over the place, if you're disorganized, your thoughts are all over the place, your house is all over the place? So it's important to prioritize your mental health so you're able to help out those around you. Thank you.
That's a key reason I had Abby go first. We often, we'd set up an agenda and you'd say, oh, and at the end we should talk about mental health. But if you don't take care of yourself first, all these other things you're going to hear are even harder. And so one of the things you said during our discussion, or when I talked to you on the phone, you said you see therapy as preventative. So how does someone know they need something they don't know they need yet? How do they come to you before stress hits?
We don't want to wait until something significant happens before then we seek the services. So with the preventative measure aspect of things, it's a coping mechanism. Now I have this toolbox to utilize in the place of stress. I'm not waiting until I'm significantly stressed, where I'm experiencing heart palpitation, flashbacks, or I'm unable to sleep at night. So when you start experiencing those symptoms, it's important to then reach out, because that is the actual preventative aspect of things. So
Thank you. I think Kathleen's going to go next.
Sure, that sounds great. And I can certainly relate to this because one of the things that I wanted to talk about with our the MHP, there is this vetted place where you can find information. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not looking for vetted information at 2 o'clock on a Monday. I'm looking for it on a Sunday night at 2 a.m. And that's when the thoughts start swirling. Oh my gosh, what's going to happen? What's going to happen tomorrow? What's going to happen for the summer? And what's going to happen when I'm no longer here? And those thoughts can keep you awake many, many nights. And so the really nice thing about the Medical Home Portal is you can go there. And honestly, I get my best research done in the middle of the night. It's terrible, but I do. And you can kind of look and see what is out there. And you can look at, there's a physicians and a professional section where there is, I think, over 55 diagnoses that have modules that are very in depth. But there's also links to other sites because obviously a website can't encompass everything. Nothing can. So, there'll be a connection to NORD or the rare diseases. So there's other places to go from there. There's also a section for parents, and a lot of the information is similar, but the parent section tends to be more tool-based. What can I do to improve my family life? There is this great care notebook that you can download and you can personalize. It's even available in Spanish. There's newborn conditions. And then there's also common, and this is in the professional section, common issues for children with special needs. And so there's like a whole section on toilet training, on sleep issues, on sexuality, pain control, all this great information. And as I said, you don't have to look at it at 2 a.m. in the morning. You can certainly look at it during night. The one thing that we have done is we didn't initiate this website. It is from the University of Utah Department of Pediatrics, and it's been running for almost 15, 16 years now. It started through a grant from the Library of Congress, and for many years it was grant funded through various federal sources, which was phenomenal. But there was a chance where as a state that you could buy into it, and that's what Rhode Island has done since 2016. And we're one of several partner states. And with that, we were able to put Rhode Island specific materials in that. And I realize this is New England, not Rhode Island, but Rhode Island is very Rhode Island. They want to know, how does this impact me in Rhode Island? Because what might be in Massachusetts, it might not be appropriate. They might have different services, so it's confusing. So that's been really helpful. And one thing that we've done is partner with many agencies and many family-centered agencies as well, including Ripen and Family Voices, who have just been instrumental in making sure that we are keeping up the MHP with materials that parents would like to see, as well as the directory. We have over 1,000 listings in our directory of Rhode Island-specific organizations, professionals, specialists. And within that, if you create an account, they only ask for your email and a password. That's it. You don't have to fill out this big long thing. You can create lists. You can share lists, you can save lists. And then when the directory gets updated, that list is automatically updated. And anyone who's been in this business knows that the time you print something, that's the time it gets out of date, because there's just so many different changes within our world. And the Medical Home Portal is one way to kind of manage that. And it also puts parents, I won't say on a level playing field, because I truly believe, and Nathan, I agree with you, the parents in the room are the experts here, but it does give you some hints on the right questions to ask the medical team. Because, you don't know what you don't know. And the Medical Home Portal provides a lot of information in which you can take back to your doctors and ask about it. Is this appropriate for my child? Do you have any suggestions on this? So it kind of leads you to the next step. So we've done a couple projects through the Medical Home Portal. I'm be real brief on this one because it's really interesting. We were updating the specialists that were in Rhode Island probably about 3 years ago. So we originally got our list from Current Care, and we looked through all of them, and boy, it looked like we had a lot of specialists. We were like, cool. But why were we hearing that parents couldn't find specialists, or they were waiting 6 months to get into a specialist? That didn't seem to make sense with the numbers that we had listed. And so we went through and we called each and every one to try to figure out, hey, are you practicing here? Are you seeing patients? Are you seeing new patients? Are you seeing a patient that walks off the street, or do they need to be involved in a program like going to Bradley or possibly involved with one of the community action agencies? And then all of a sudden our numbers got a lot smaller. And that was something that we could take back to the Office of Special Needs and the policy group at Family Voices, saying, yes, we do have these numbers, but we still have a shortage of specialists that are seeing patients. And so that's just one example of something that we've done using the MHP.
Yes, so I was going to ask you, when should a family go there? But it seems kind of like they'll know they're looking for resources, they're searching. Maybe the question is, what could we do as a community here to help raise the visibility of this so people know to go to that particular website?
And you don't have to be from Rhode Island to benefit from all the information that is there. There is a lot of information that has nothing to do with Rhode Island, but it does have to do with diagnoses and conditions that children with special needs have. So, first, I would say check it out. Make sure it's something that you want to share. It is, but you do need to see it yourself. I will say sometimes it's pretty content heavy. You got to be in the right mood to read it. At least I find that with myself, and I've been working with it for a number of years. There is a Get Help in Rhode Island in red. So if someone goes there and they're feeling overwhelmed, they click on that and they'll get a phone number for Ripon where they can call and actually speak to someone. So, I'm saying it is there. I think it's great for care coordinators because they can make lists and share with their patients. But there's also other ways to get this information out there. If maybe looking through a website isn't someone's idea of, that's not how they learn.
Thank you. Okay, Neil, you're next. Where is the clicker?
Um,
It,
but I don't have slides.
oh, you don't have slides, so we're okay.
So I was thinking about this talk for quite some time, even before I was invited to speak here, because it's something that's been resonates with me. And so much of the talk that Nate did resonated with me. I have a sibling who had Down syndrome, and she was born in the late 40s. I was born in the early 50s. And there was nothing back then. They were a warehouse. They did arts and crafts. My mother, an early childhood educator, taught her how to read. And so she was the only one in her whole class who knew how to read. And our family practitioner told my mother, put her in an institution and go get pregnant. That was genetic counseling at the time, I guess. But I have to say, we've come a long way. I remember riding in the subway to Boston to work and seeing 3 kids with Down syndrome going to work independently on the subway, going to work. And I thought, where were they? Going up to the special needs, how that affects the better. It was all very nice to know that. So I remember that. So as I thought about this talk, as my goal as an executive and educate the patient whatever the transition was, depending on how early the diagnosis was, I had a bigger job advocating for that family. Trying to advocate multiple systems that they would have to advocate. And as I thought about transition, I first one that represents transition to adulthood. Probably one night that we all have lives. Chronic condition, non-durable, and potentially they're fired over to the adult department and admitted to the adult world where all the caregivers are different, environment different, kids having an emotional meltdown, the mother's having an emotional meltdown. It's like fantastic. This is yeah. So I also see advocacy as a really double-edged sword. What advocates for their patients, so good with the goal they're not. So I think I said empowerment does was the absolute power of navigation system independently. To their kind of working the stuff out of the job. They don't need to actually, or they need to that. I think the justice stuff right off the eye. Try and advocate for them to let go and to keep them as as I said earlier, the plans are multifactorial process. Some of the developing education. Other things, the middle a medical care, learning for child's income. Most people don't think of that, but how is that child going to go in the adult system, work itself, pay their bills, live independently? Signing up for services, learning for housing, whether it's assisted living or independent living, using the occupational resources to get adult setting, ensuring that a child is treated and planning for a career, planning for one's social life is real, knowing that your insurance may change dramatically. And so you may need to start sorting out how you're going to navigate the Medicare, Medicaid stifling for anyone without a them. So it's not a single set of things. It's helpful strategy. Once you get them in place, you see how they're doing with the auditors as these plans unfold. Initially, rather understand with providers, with the against the goal of the child and get adult their responsibility for their own care. There's that aspect. And the best extent, some of the patients of the patient to see just to what extent nothing gets enough failure, they're taking the dog. The providers, you start this early on. How you can start in an article that I read that you start to story for that adult. But I think primarily what most are saying is starts around 12 or 14, and the provider is like 14 to 18, that concept is approached. Kids like that. They learn to do a task, set that off the safety, so that it allows them to some tax to give them to know that some small kids they're letting their just prepping those, and then eventually teaching them how to do that. Teaching them how to inventory their supply. We have a plethora of supplies that the closet there has been rapid but low. Packing the DME company. I have adult families struggling with challenges of dealing with companies getting service, getting supplies. Having the child start to make those phone calls and want to develop those so you really need, as a clinician, to start developing a medical summary, start to develop a plan. At about 18 to 21, the transfer to adult centered care, to adult practice, that can be a bit dicey. And you need to confirm to get feedback from the doctor. Because just because they do transfer again to adult doesn't mean that the pediatric surgeon will drop them off the face of the earth. They have to stay involved. Sometimes a year I have a colleague to be the doctor with It's kind of good for the population, and then, you know, it took years. Transition, trying to visit us, adult rehab, adult kids, orthopedic care, pediatric care, neurology, occupational therapy, physical therapy, nutrition support, all those things. There's one at Lower Children's Hospital, there's one at CHOP, I have a colleague that's a family infected, that does the transition. That's the place where you go, where you meet the adult caregivers, you meet the pediatric clinicians, they stay involved and be very involved until that transition. So it's, again, it's not an abrupt situation. There are more and more resources out there today than there ever were. There are clinics, as I said earlier, there are educational programs that are done to providers. We have panel discussions with young adults who have gone through the transition. And so we're educating caregivers better about it, but we have a bad in Rhode Island. I have to tell you, there is a young adult unit on the adult side of the organization that has worked well for us with diversity. These are populations that didn't ever transition because we talked about life expectancy. And some of these patients during the AIDS crisis, 90% of hemophilia will be positive. So the adult pulmonologists really have a strong understanding of the adult physiology because they have a strong understanding of how to manage hemophilia. And those transitions are much better, because we have now life expectancy together to set up learning about these diseases becoming objective. But there are some transitions that are much more difficult. Like the places that really with it.
So Neil, that was an amazing sort of flood of information.
A day or maybe a week to talk about this?
Yeah, well, and I think that I was trying to put myself in the position of a parent. I do some podcasting with parents of younger children. They're just thinking about survival. You're talking about thinking about adulthood when you're still struggling with that. What strategies or ways have you seen people work through that sort of?
I think that once you have a family that has mastered their child's illness and is navigating the system effectively, and they're not as, I wouldn't start talking about this from a newly diagnosed intestinal failure patient when the parents see me for the first time. I would never do that. But I think there comes a time when the family has gotten over some of the anxiety about dealing with this on a day-to-day basis and advocating for their own child. Once they've reached that point, then you can start talking about it. And it's a gradual process that takes place over years. Again, the discussion is not an event. That's also a process.
It's a really good point. There's a right time for everything here, and you need to wait and find that time. And exactly. Okay, so Angela, finish this up and then we'll do some Q&A from the audience. The clicker should work now.
Hello?
I just have to get out of the way.
All right, great. All right, so let's see. This works. Ooh, okay. So again, I'm Angela Shepherd, a physician in preventive medicine, public health. I do not have any conflicts to disclose, but I should say that the New England Regional Genetics Network is funded by a grant from HRSA. And so that enables me to be doing my work. All right, when we were first given the topic here about thriving in constant change, I thought, who should I be presenting this to or as? And so I thought about thinking about us all primarily as advocates, patients as advocates, family members as advocates, providers as advocates. And so in this idea of constant change, the first thing I think about when I think about thriving is first, we just have to survive. And so the the number one thing I want to talk about here is just you have to pace yourself. So it's not just about pacing yourself in terms of preserving your energy. One of the things I want you to keep in the forefront of your mind is you also have to pace yourself in terms of protecting your hope. As an advocate, you can throw yourself into something so wholeheartedly, you will wear yourself out. You will wear out your emotional reserves as well. So pace yourselves in what you're taking on. Mirroring some of the things that Abby was talking about in terms of stress management, I have found for myself, and I recommend for others, that find something that is absolutely mindless, ridiculous, absorbs your attention, because sometimes you just need to step out of it. So occasionally just having an absolutely mindless break. So mindfulness is important in a lot of times, but sometimes you just have to watch a really, really stupid movie. It's important to just give yourself a mind break sometimes. And as part of being an advocate, I think it's very important that we find something that brings us joy. So if it's flowers, if it's chocolate, just something that really feeds your soul in a beautiful way. And the doctor in me has to remind you, you have to take care of yourself. So eat, if you can, eat well. Otherwise, just make sure you do get some calories into yourself. We can get so absorbed in a project we have and something we believe in. We work so hard. It's not infrequent that I realize I've been working on a project for a number of hours and I never had any breakfast. In residency, you're going to hear the eat when you can, drink when you can, sleep when you can, pee when you can. Even male residents get UTIs. Okay. Yes. Okay. So just make sure you're taking care of your basic needs. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Otherwise you will go insane. And when you can, get outside. If you can get some sunshine, if you can get some fresh air, changing that environment you're in, this is very important. This is, you can't be an advocate to somebody if you can't survive, right? And last thing, anytime you can laugh. Sometimes you'll be laughing at something and it's inappropriate. That's okay. Just laugh, take it when you can get it. This is a hard world we're in. So, when you can get that release, go for it. All right. So we got the surviving part down. Now thriving. First step. This is just really about defining your goals, prioritizing for yourself. So first, what is it that you want? It's surprising, but a lot of times people haven't fully articulated what their goal is. They don't like something, they want something to change. You're like, well, you need to be able to articulate what specifically that is. I had the misfortune one time at a rare disease advocacy event to have the governor come down and talk with me and say, wow, this is all really compelling. What would you like me to do? And for a second, I was just like, and I didn't have an ask prepared. That's the last time that ever happened. Okay. Thankfully, my partner was there and she said, we want to start a rare disease advisory council in this state. I'm like, yes, that's right. And so we have one now. And so, that was a good save. But once you define what you really want, what your primary goal is, step back and say, realistically, what will I accept? Because sometimes you are going to say, what I want is the world. I want my child to be getting ideal care. I want this to be coordinated. And, sometimes as a physician, I've had to step in and say, like, well, that would be great. But the healthiest, the most common disordered patients doesn't get that. So it is very unlikely you will get it. So let's work to come up with something that will be acceptable. I'm sorry to give you that as a tip, but that's real. When you're looking at what you want, I would urge you to stop and ask yourself, does this help anybody else? Or is this just something that helps you or your child? When you're a parent, that's okay. It's okay if you're only fighting for something your kid needs. But if you can think about generalizing a need a little bit more, making this be so that it could be applicable to a larger group of populations, that will be helpful to you in achieving your goal. And then I want you to ask yourself, what is it you're willing to do? Sometimes this means I'm going to be a grade A, B. That's what I'm willing to do. I'm gonna push until I get what I need. Sometimes this means like I'm very shy. I have to do something in the background. So can you find somebody that can advocate for you? You have to know yourself and know what you're willing to act on. Oops. All right, so thriving, safe advice. So I want you to remember that primary goal when you're first thinking, what do you want? What are you willing to do? So within that primary goal, just pick a couple activities. You have to prioritize. This is part of that whole pacing yourself. So if you can pick just a few things that move you closer towards that goal, that's great. Count that as a victory. And then, you can pick the next step after that. But as you go along, celebrate small victories. At first, all you're going to have is small victories, but a whole bunch of small victories, like that's still moving you in the right direction. This is really good advice. I didn't take this from myself. This is from experience. Assume somebody else is already working on the thing you want to do. So often you get out there and you're like, oh, somebody needs to do this. I will start a nonprofit, or I'm going to write a letter, or I'm going to so just poke around a bit first and see like, there's got to be somebody else here that either is doing this exact thing or is doing something similar. Can we collaborate? Yeah. Don't rewrite the whole process. Benefit from each other's work you've already started. This is another really big one. Know your audience. So I think this is important when you're talking to legislators, when you're talking to physicians. What is it that they actually have power over? So don't ask them to try to change something that they don't have the capacity to do. You'll ask that of another person. So like if a physician cannot change whether or not the insurance company will pay for this, then pick a different thing to be asking the physician about. If something has to be dealt with at a federal level, don't go to your local legislator about it. Know your audience. Don't burn your bridges or use up all of your favors with somebody. And then when you're talking about what it is you want them to do, what is it that they want? The more you can find like somebody who shares a passion of yours, or who somebody is like inclined in the way that you want them to go, partner with them on that. But sometimes on the opposite way, find out if there's something they hate and it's like something you want changed. You can form alliances with somebody over a shared dread, over a shared burden. So just thinking about how strategically to get what you want. So the last thing in this safe advice is be persistent, but nice, and be flexible. Because sometimes you might ask somebody for one kind of help that they can't give, but they could write a letter to the editor. There's a lot of different kinds of things that people can give. People who are very shy might not feel as comfortable doing some activities, but they can be great advocates in other ways. Okay, this is my more assertive advice. So if you want to take advocacy to the slightly more aggressive level. So when you think about change, we're having constant change, thriving in change. Why is the change happening? A lot of times it's because somewhere along the way, somebody else doesn't like something that's happening. So can you see this change then as an opportunity? How can you seize on that? So find out what was irritating about the thing that's changing. Like who would irritate? Who is like prompting the change? See if you can get in there. Be part of the rabble rousing. When you hear no, don't just hear the no part. Think, why? What does that no mean? So no never means something's impossible. Well, very rarely is something actually impossible. A lot of times it means we've never done it that way. That would be extra work for me, and I don't want to do it. That will cost money, or you're the only one that would need it. You think about what does that no mean? So sometimes you're just asking the wrong person. Sometimes if you dig around a little bit, so like there's a lot of ways to work around no. And this last one here is like, we talked about like what do you want, and then what are you willing to accept? When this one here about don't be afraid to suggest something radical. If you think what we need is like, we need to have a center of excellence here at this hospital for XYZ. So why don't ask? Because like if they say no to you, that doesn't mean you stop working for it. And sometimes if you suggest something really radical just to satisfy you, you'll get something pretty darn good in its place. So last thing I want to put in here is a few sort of like not caveats exactly, but as you are advocating for yourself, your desire, your child, and my only exception is like if it's your child, you go for it. You know, you can knock people over to take care of your kid. But when you have the opportunity to think, if what I'm advocating for, if how I'm advocating for it, does this hurt somebody else's chances of getting what they need for their child? Just be a little bit considerate that sometimes if you come in and you are so abrasive getting what you want for your kid, that they give in, they like, go ahead, they give you what you want, but they're so turned off by this disease group or rare patients, or they're just so worn out by this patient advocacy in general. Just be careful that we don't burn bridges for other people. We are going to make mistakes. As doctors, we make mistakes. It's excruciating, but it's true. As advocates, as parents, we make mistakes, and we have to work really hard to learn to forgive ourselves for that. Because we can't, if we're having this dread and this guilt, it keeps us from being able to move forward, to be good advocates, to be good caregivers. So just try to find a way. It's hard, but work on it. And the last thing I just want to say about this is it is okay to reach a point where you stop. You don't always have to fight. Sometimes you just think like, all right, I've given 15 years in this. It's okay to retire. Or, you know, we've tried this many rounds of chemo. It's not going to work. Stopping a fight is not giving up. It is not failure. It is making a choice in that situation that you can do with your patients, with your provider, with your family, but just let yourself do what's right for yourself and your patient. So just want to thank everybody for coming and say like that what you do really does make a difference.
Thank you very much, Angela. I have a real simple question for you. What stupid movie would you recommend?
Oh, there's so many stupid movies.
I would recommend Revenge of the Nerds because there's a woman in it, Romy Bronstein, and she's out in the world trying to tell people if you have symptoms, go to your doctor, talk about them because you could have a rare disease.
Oh, I'll have to check that out.
She's much older now. So we have time for questions here. I'm going to kind of run around and be like Oprah. I don't have any presents for you, but anybody have a question?
Thank you so much. That was very informative from each one of you. So thank you very much for everything. The website in Rhode Island, I'm wondering if you have, I haven't visited it yet. I will. But I'm assuming I can go there and I can search by disorder. And then-
Yes, you can search by disorder.
Okay.
And there's also a link to NORD there under services. So there's a Rhode Island directory, but there's also a national directory.
Okay.
So there is a search feature that's pretty good.
Okay. So I have an advocacy group that I volunteer for that addresses PKU and allied disorders in New England. So would my advocacy group show up as a resource in that, you know, how do I get connected to your website to make sure that people know
Well,
about us?
I am so glad you asked that.
Okay. And the other,
We have a suggest a provider. So if you go to the directory and it's up at the top, I'm going to tell you it's in little print. Okay. So sometimes it's a little hard to see, but it is suggest a provider. And let's say you are already listed. I don't think you are, but if you are, you see something, you're like, oh my gosh, that person hasn't been involved with 5 years. We need to change this. There's also a suggest and edit. So there's both of those. And we do review them probably every 2 weeks. It'd be nice if it was once a week. I can't get to it once a week, but it's definitely every 2 weeks.
is one of the issues that we have is we have trouble reaching patients. We have this thing called HIPAA, right? So we have resources that we'd like to provide to people, but we need to be connected to them to do that. So I think this is probably an issue, not just with PKU and allied disorders, but with all the rare disease groups. And we're so rare and small that we have to find a better way to do that, to work cooperatively with clinics, especially to make that happen, because they're the first point of contact. So just as a comment, I think your website is a great resource, but it's a bigger issue than that. How
Oh.
we reach people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I would welcome you to suggest Annette or reach out to me by email. We can connect and we can see. There's also a way within the medical home portal that we can tie diagnoses to a contact to, like, it would have to be a service directory contact. So that's a possibility as well too. Yeah.
Not able to, they have executive functioning issues, they have mental health issues. They can't go on a website and read a big PDF and Google things. So they need to be able to pick up the phone or their caregiver at some point to discuss something with somebody. So that's very, very important. And let's not forget that in today's world of social media, and, you know, picking up the phone and actually have a conversation and direct connections is very, very, very important in our community.
Well said.
Any other questions? There we go.
Again, regarding that site, I know you said it's Rhode Island. I live in Massachusetts. One, is there a site similar to that, that those of us, I know you said that anybody can use it, but because you have things that are specific for Rhode Island, is there a site similar to that that we have in Massachusetts? And if not, how can we get our mental health or medical departments in Massachusetts to buy into that program and build onto it so we can have something similar in Massachusetts? I mean, we're bigger than Rhode Island, so I mean, we should have something similar.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to take you out to lunch.
By the way, I know the governor personally and I know the rest of them. So if there's something we can do,
Yeah.
I'm willing to work with you after this meeting.
Yeah, wonderful. I would just say ours is funded through the Title V grant. So that might be one way to go through it. We've actually had conversations with Massachusetts because Massachusetts has 20% of our traffic is coming from Massachusetts. So I do share that information with them because I would love to get another Northeast state involved with that. So yeah, there you go.
So two things related to that. What you have currently in place, I would say, would be the Massachusetts Federation of Children with Special Needs.
Yep.
I think I said that correctly. That's the closest thing you have. But I would love all of our New England states, I would love every state to use some of their grant money that the Department of Health and Human Services gets to purchase access to this. So that, like I said, it's Utah, I believe, that put this through, and there's 6 states, maybe.
It's gone down a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what the fee is, but it is a wonderful service. I check out the Rhode Island website, but I use Massachusetts Federation and New Hampshire Family Voices. So, but there's things we have to piecemeal a little bit more, but I do think it's a wonderful resource. So if you can advocate for your state to look at funding it, I think it is worthwhile.
Medical home portal. We have Rhode Island Medical Home Portal, but there's a main site, medical home portal.
In the Massachusetts Federation for Children with Special Needs. It's it's part of the like the State Family Voice satellite group.
Any other questions or comments? I don't know if I'm going to let you do it or ask my own. I am going to ask my own on the way up to you. I'm going to walk really slowly. But Neil, you were talking about creating all these plans for the child who's the patient. Have you seen, relating to Nathan's discussion, plans that go forward into, hey, what's your role going to be as we make this transition for siblings,
I'm not sure I understand the question. Oh, for siblings?
for sibling plans?
So could you elaborate on the question just a little bit?
So Nathan, do you think you're gonna have to take care of your brother when your parents are gone?
Oh.
How do you get him there?
Oh, well, I have my own personal experience with that because I was told to the time I was very young that when my parents passed away, that I would care for them. And I remember my grandmother sitting me down when I was in grade school and saying, "You can't do that. What woman would marry you if you were taking care of your sister?" I mean, there are a lot of folks out there that would discourage you. And so what do you propose that we do? I think that you should make every attempt to get siblings involved in the care as well, early on, as you're making that transition and that child is learning certain things, to incorporate those siblings in the plan, absolutely. And being in the intestinal failure clinic, we used to have siblings appear with their sibling patient every time we held clinic. So there's a great opportunity to engage them in the process as well, include them. I think what we frequently do is we talk over them. We don't include them. But that, I think you need to, when there are siblings involved, explore that with the parent, or what they feel that their siblings' role should be. They may not want them to get that involved, but you can still make the case.
So also for you, my friend, I was very interested in the transition to adult care is huge in every community. In PKU, we may be the only rare disease community. We've lost half of our people to care, half care. Yep. So 16,500 people, 8,000 it's estimated to be lost to care. So you had mentioned something about a transition clinic or something in the clinic that helps with transitions. I'd like to learn more about that and how we can inspire that. Okay.
Easy to find them. All you have to do is Google transition to adult care, and it's amazing how many people Texas children. So I would explore those options. Holy Foundation for patients with digestive disorders is very active in the transition. They have done webinars. Aspen has done webinars. So there are resources out there, resources that aren't available over the last, I would say, 15 years. Still have a very long way to go. But I would start there. We don't have anything in Rhode Island, I can tell you that right now. I'm unaware.
Right now, I'm not allowed to do anything. I'm just on, applesauce and food and water and like that. No food. And
He needs to mute.
start a very simple food, no fiber. So I'm not gonna be down in the morning for a while. And then just.
I think we're out of time now. So, did you want to add something? Oh, Kathleen, I saw you at the buzzer.
There is a transition clinic in Rhode Island. It's I don't believe it's complete. I think it's been there for several years. Now, I'm not saying that specializes in that. I mean, that sounds like that is a very specialized piece. I think this is much, much broader. But yes, there is a transition clinic, and they actually have a community health worker that's based there as well, who's a parent of a child, well, an adult with special needs, who helps with some of those issues that come up, such as Social Security and making sure the school plans are good, that sort of thing.
There's also the American Academy.
Use the microphone.
Is that the GOT transition?
No.
There's I'm not sure if they're continuing their funding, but there is if you Google GOT transition, some kind of nice resources that's I think very parent oriented that I was looking through to actually go through with my child.
I think primary no longer on that committee at the time. So that's good to know.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. This was hugely informative. Please catch up with them and ask your other questions. And Julie, you look like you're going to say something.
Talk will be at 11:15, so if you would like to go out and visit the wonderful exhibitors who are out there,
Nice to be back up here. You just talked or heard me. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Chanika Pornputkul. She's a professor of pediatrics and laboratory medicine at the Warren Alpert Medical School at Brown University, which is right here, isn't it? Just across the way there. She's a biochemical geneticist at Hasbro Children's Hospital. She's been a long-term member of the Newborn Screening Advisory Committee to the Rhode Island Department of Health and is currently a chair of that committee. She's a member of the Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders in Newborns and Children, providing recommendations to HRSA, and her clinical interests are in rare diseases. Thank you, Chanika.
Thank you so much and good morning. Thank you for the kind introduction. So I do not have slides. I'm hoping that our talk today would be interactive. And if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll answer the questions. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. As a medical geneticist, we are part of your journey of your child, your sibling, your family members who have rare diseases. I see the theme of the talk today, which is power of the community, and we are part of your community. As you know, genetics has evolved pretty quickly in the last 10 to 15 years. I'd like to take a step back and walk you through sort of what we know about medical diagnosis and then hone in onto genetic testing. So if you think about any diagnosis, you have what we call clinical diagnosis. That could be something like pneumonia. That could be something like hypertension. That could be something like seizure disorders. That could be more rare disease like PKU, which we mentioned a couple of times in this version. So that's what we call the diagnosis or clinical diagnosis. Making a clinical diagnosis is typically based on the doctor getting the medical history, you do some simple testing, and then you have the diagnosis. Sometimes we have to do additional blood tests to make the diagnosis, and that's the example of PKU. The child, the baby would look totally healthy, but because of newborn screening, we picked up the condition called PKU or phenylketonuria. We know that without treatment early on in life, the child will have many challenges down the road. But with the treatment, the child and the adult will be fine, but will require lifelong treatment. So that's what we call biochemical diagnosis. We've lived in clinical and biochemical diagnosis for many years. About 15, 20 years ago, our knowledge in the underlying pathophysiology at the molecular level really took off. And that's when we started having molecular diagnosis. And that may be part of the discussion that people might be interested in hearing about it today. I always tell my family that, yes, we have a child with complex medical condition. This is what we're working on, trying to find a diagnosis. But it is not an A to B. It's not having the diagnosis and B know what to do. It's actually a parallel process. We are trying to figure out what's going on with this child, but we also have lots of things that we can do. For example, if the child has developmental delay, seeing a pediatric neurologist may be indicated. If the child has seizures, seeing a neurologist may be indicated. The child may have some, challenges with, speech and fine motor. This is when we need to enlist our early intervention team to do PT, OT, and speech therapy. So that's what we call the parallel diagnosis. Having said that, knowledge is power. and to empower our patients, we have to do our best to find the diagnosis. And that's kind of where the genetic testing come into play. If you have been in this journey, you may encounter two types of genetic professional. One, MD geneticists. We are typically pediatricians, but not always trained in pediatrics and maybe internal medicine. And then we decide to go into genetics to provide diagnosis and treatment for patients with underlying genetic conditions. We also have our colleague genetic counselors. Those are master level genetic professionals who have been trained to talk to you about what does this genetic testing mean? What's the implication on you, on the family, and how do we go from there? So we work closely with our genetic counselor within our settings. So that's really the kind of the big picture of geneticists, medical geneticists, and genetic counselor. So in the last, 20 years, we've had many new technology that came along. I heard a mention about Down syndrome. So we have known about Down syndrome for many, many years. That's typically a clinical features of the child that make us think about Down syndrome. And to confirm the diagnosis, we do what we call karyotype. And you will find extra chromosome of 21. And that's how we make diagnosis of Down syndrome. There are several other syndromes that we make a diagnosis using karyotype, like Turner syndrome. Those are girls with 45X missing one X chromosome. There are another one that's pretty common. It's Klinefelter, 47XXY. So the karyotype was the very first genetic testing that was available to us. And that was, a long time ago, even before I started my training. And for the longest time, that was all what we had. So think about our genetic material as our encyclopedia. Okay. So now we have encyclopedia, 46XX or XY encyclopedia. Karyotype is the test that looked at if all the books are there. Think about encyclopedia. If you're missing book A, that's what's missing. That's what the karyotype pick up. That's all. So the reason that I want to highlight this is while karyotype has been around for a long time, has been very helpful making certain diagnoses, it's actually a very crude technology. And we don't make a lot of diagnosis on the karyotype. About 25 years ago, another technology came along called microarray. And many people with rare diseases probably have heard this because that's sort of the first tier testing that we're doing now. So what is microarray? So microarray is basically looking at your encyclopedia, but make sure that all the pages are there. Okay. That's the most common causes of congenital malformation in children, which is missing 1 or 2 pages or have extra pages in your encyclopedia. That's how I explain to the family. So far, so good? Any question? All right. How many of you in the audience have heard about microarray? Yes. And why? Because if you look at children with intellectual disability, developmental delay, about 20, depending on the literature and depending on the severity, about 20 to 30% of them could be due to microdeletion syndromes. There are certain microdeletion syndromes that we actually have learned before the era of microarray, and you may have heard of the names, and I will name a few, such as Williams syndrome, 22q11 deletion, or the George syndrome in the old names, and there are a few other. But for the most part, many of our children that we see in the clinics that have intellectual disability, seizure, or congenital malformation is due to missing some small part of their chromosomes. And that's really, the microarray was the first technology that really has revolutionized our field. Doing microarray is a standard, all the patients that come through genetic clinic almost always will get microarray done. It's a really good technology, very powerful, give answers to a lot of family. Not only that, we could also counsel, which is done by our genetic counselors, whether this is inherited or this is something that happened new in the child. If we do microarray as trio, meaning we take both parents and the child blood and compare their encyclopedia. And that's the test that we do all the time. So I said all the good things about microarray. Sometimes microarray can provide information that we didn't expect. And the one information that we can get from microarray is misattributed paternity. We always talk to the family about that. And if that's a possibility, we can figure out how do we address this without, with everyone being okay with the result. And that's our job as doing the genetic counseling process. The other thing that microarray will also reveal is if the parents are closely related. In some culture, first cousin marriage is a norm, and some is not. If it's if we do microarray and we find out that this child is a result of the relationship that is closer than it, that's due to first degree relative, it is my duty to report that. Okay, so we do talk to family about that. So those are some of the nuances of genetic testing. It's a great technology. We do it all the time. We do it routinely and give information to many, many children. And oftentimes the journey stops there. And if you look on Rare Disease Network, NORD, Unique, there are so many microdeletion syndromes. So just go back and think about the encyclopedia analogy. You can rip that page in many different ways, right? You could do page 1 to 3, you could do 3 to 5, you could do, a whole page of 10 to 20. So that variation can happen. Oftentimes the family asks me, why does this happen? So I will tell you this story. The way we explain to our family is that when a child was conceived, the fetus got, I should say the embryo actually got half the genetic material from mom and half from dad. That's it. And think about a ball of Play-Doh. You start with one little ball and you divide that into billions of balls in a very quick time. So what happens? Mistakes happen. And that is an error that happens in cell division. And that's why we have microdeletion syndromes. In fact, we probably have a lot more mistakes, and that resulted in miscarriages well before we even know that pregnancy happens. And the microdeletion syndromes are the results of fetus that actually survived that process. So that's what we explain to the family, and we go on and do microarray. Let's say that microarray is not revealing. Then we take a step back and see, oh, does this child have features that is consistent with something? And I think I'm going to use, since I saw the epilepsy table there, the example is if the child has seizure, we know that there are hundreds of genes that have been implicated with seizures. Then we would do what we call next generation sequencing panel. Those are the panel that look at the 300 genes commonly known to be associated with seizures. And we do that testing as the second tier, as the next step. Some other condition that we do, for example, if you have kidney problems, you could do kidney panels. There's lots of panels. If you have anemia, that's, unexplained, not due to blood loss, but your bone marrow is not working, you can have bone marrow failure panels. To date, we have over thousands of panels based on the clinical constellation. There are some classic ones, for example, Noonan syndrome. Noonan syndrome was thought to be, due to one gene, but over time, we've learned that there are more than 20 genes that can have features similar to original Noonan syndrome. So we have a RASopathy panel. Marfan syndrome is another one. We used to think that fibrillin 1 is the one single gene that causes Marfan syndrome, but now we know that that gene, and we always know, have known that for a long time, that genes don't work as a single gene. There's always friends along the pathway. So we have a Marfan panel. So that's what we call next-gen sequencing. So that's sort of like the tier 2 of the testing. Any questions so far? Now we talk about karyotype, microarray, yes, and next-gen sequencing. Yes. I will get to that in a second, okay? Thank you. Hold that thought. So we talked about 3 testings that your family members, your child, or yourself may have had. So the 4th one, it's called exome sequencing, or we used to call it whole exome sequencing. What is whole exome sequencing, or what is exome sequencing? So coming back to the encyclopedia analogy, instead of looking at all the pages, making sure that they're there, we've already proved that all the pages are there. Now we're looking at all the bold letters to make sure there's no misspelling. Because if there's a misspelling of the word annual, it could be, could have a different meaning. And that's what we call exome sequencing. We look at all the bold words. So what does bold word entail in genomic area? It's about less than 1% of your 3 billion letters. So it's still a very small portion of your genome that we looked at, but it accounts for 80 to 90% of known disease. So it's actually a great test. How many of you in this audience have heard or know about exome sequencing? Yes. And many of you may actually found out the disease or the diagnosis of your family member through that test. Because it's such a powerful test, many times the clinical features of the child is not specific enough, meaning clinically we just can't narrow it down to use one testing to find out that diagnosis. Exome sequencing give an answer to about 30 to 40% of children with complex medical condition. If you look at the fetus with malformation noted on ultrasound and do exome sequencing on those, the yield is nearly 50%. If you take babies in the NICU who have severe, whatever complex medical need in the NICU, the yield is close to 50%. If you take children who comes into the clinic with developmental delay, intellectual disability, learning challenges, seizure disorders, and another congenital malformation, the yield is about 30%. If we take adult with unexplained condition, mostly neurological, including seizure and learning challenges as a child, the yield is about 15%. So you could see that the yield is really high in childhood and it goes down significantly as they get older. And that's really because we do think that, we just don't know enough. And I'm going to get back to the environmental effects on that in a minute. So exome sequencing became commercially available in 2012. So we've only had, about 11 years of doing exome sequencing. And in genetics clinic these days, we do it routinely. It's probably the 2nd or 3rd tier testing that's available for our family. We don't want to do it too early though, okay? Because like I said, we have 3 billion letters and we're looking at about 1% of our 3 billion letters. So that's still millions of letters. So when we use bioinformatics to analyze, to understand how this change may have implication on the patient, we need their symptoms or what we call phenotypes, okay? So we do not recommend, at least at this time, there is no recommendation of doing genome on everyone just to find out what you may or may not have, okay? We have to use your symptoms to put in the bioinformatics to help analyze the data. You good so far? All right. So this technology has changed genetics completely. Okay. We're doing exome sequencing all the time. And in our clinic, in a given week, 20, 30 exome is ordered. That's how common we use this test. So that's the upside. The downside, again, this can reveal misattributed parental or paternity. So we have to consent our genetic counselor. They are professional who are trained and talk with the family to do the consent. And many of you who have had this test done, you probably would remember that you actually had to have a consent. So this is one of the few testing that we are very cautious, because once the information is there, we live with it, right? You need to know what you're getting into. In addition, when we do whole exome sequencing, we actually can reveal some of the adult onset conditions. Our professional society have a recommendation of 72, I think, conditions that we could know in advance. For example, or reveal to the family in advance. For example, those are BRCA, 1 and 2, Lynch syndrome, some cardiac, arrhythmia. We have to consent the family whether they want to know this or not. Believe it or not, while most families said, oh yes, I would like to know this. We have had family who said, we are so overwhelmed right now. We just need to focus on our child's diagnosis. Let's do this first. I do not need secondary finding. What we call things that we didn't intend to find, we call it secondary findings. So that's great. We have the technology. We have ability to do it. We have professional to explain to you what's the yield. We discuss the challenges, the limitations, things that we may want, things that we may not want. So that's exome sequencing. In the last few years, we have another technology called genome sequencing or whole genome sequencing. So basically it reads through everything. Again, this technology needs or required our phenotype or symptoms. So we're not recommending that we all get genome sequencing or exome sequencing, because the bioinformatics will go haywire because they can't tell you everything that you need to know. So genome sequencing is not universally covered by insurance at this point, but I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years, that's going to be the case, because the technology, the price has continued to come down, and we have learned a lot from these technology. Any questions so far about the technology of the few things that we've talked about? Yes.
Bioinformatics. Could you explain what you mean by that and why it goes haywire?
Yes. So bioinformatics is really a computer program, a very big computer program that takes all the letters or the sequencing data and analyze it against the standard and try to tell the variance or the differences. So let's give an example. You and I, we have 3 billion letters on our DNA. We are 99.9 exactly the same. It's the 0.1 differences that make us different. All right. So when we look at the information that we get from exome or genome, we need to be able to say that, is this different between you and the control due to variation of human variation versus this is disease causing? And that's what the bioinformatics job. And the bioinformatics get this information based on program prediction, based on what's reported in the literature. things that we have seen before, things that have been proven. Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes.
People online.
Oh, okay. When an adult gets genome testing done on a panel, a genome panel testing for something that they have already been diagnosed with, but they want to get the formal panels done, and then the panels come back negative, which we know they're regularly doing new ones over and over and over again, so it could take a while. How often after your initial test is done should you go back in and get retested for those panels? Once a year, once every 2 years, once every 5 years?
Great questions. So first of all, before I answer that question, I just want to make a statement. So I don't know how many people are in here. So let's say if we have 100, okay, 1 in 4 people have some genetic change. Okay, we have a lot of changes, but only a fifth of those actually ever develop symptoms. So genetic change doesn't mean that you have the disease. So take a pause there for a little bit. That's an important thing to know, because sometimes we want to say, oh, we have the technology. Why don't we just look at it and then we know what we're going to get? We don't have the way to predict who's going to get the symptoms at this time. Coming back to your question about if you had exome done, when should we relook? So the data said that if you relook at the exome, early exome, meaning exome that was done before maybe 2016 till now, the yield of reanalysis is about 10%. Okay. And why is that? In the last, from 2016 onward, we just continue to discover new conditions. And the new conditions result in a positive yield of the exome. Your DNA hasn't changed. So it's still the same DNA, right? But it's the new analysis, new information. Most laboratory, not most, many of the lab that we sent exome to allow 1 free reanalysis. Okay. After that, you have to do the test again. Your insurance typically will only allow that once in your lifetime, because it's an expensive test. It's an analysis that, your DNA hasn't changed, that it's just the technology that continues to evolve. So we walk that fine line all the time. I mentioned earlier, we don't want to do it too early if we don't have, all the features. But once we decide to do, if we have enough indication, the yield of finding an answer is about 30%. And I did not forget your question. So 30%, that means 70% of the time in people with complex medical need, we actually don't have the answer. Okay, and that is hard because we tend to think that this could be something genetic and we should know, and we try, but we have to, currently the technology that we have will make the diagnosis on the DNA only about 30%. Coming back to your question is, what about the effect of the environment? So we have about 19,000 genes. Not all our genes work and function at the same time. We have what we call a program to tell the genes to turn on, turn off, and that's what we call epigenetics. And that's basically the environmental control or something else that controls. And we do not have genetic technology to test for those effectively yet. So I like to give you an example of breast cancer. Okay, breast cancer is very common. 1 in 8 women will get breast cancer in her lifetime. How many women in here we can count? And that's actually quite a bit already. Out of the 100 women with breast cancer, about 5 to 10%, that's due to underlying genetic. Okay, meaning that there's a BRCA gene change that causes you to develop breast cancer early in your age. But if you take a good family history, there's a lot of family that does not have BRCA, but my mom has breast cancer, my aunt has breast cancer, my sister has breast cancer. That's called genetic predisposition or environmental or what else. And that's the part that we actually have very little knowledge of how to answer those questions. So you're welcome. And did that answer your question earlier? Great. Yes.
When you talk about the likelihood of people having it if it was in their family, do you think that the gene for there's like a breast cancer gene, if you don't have it, could you still get breast cancer?
Absolutely. So that's why it's important when you have genetic testing done to really have an understanding about the nuances of what you're going to get and what you're not going to get. So 1 in 8 women has breast cancer in her lifetime, right? That's why we all have to get mammogram, because mammogram is the best way to pick up breast cancer early. Out of the, let's say 100 women, only about 10% that's due to BRCA1 or 2. The other 90 women, they still have breast cancer. So if you do genetic testing and say, oh, I don't have BRCA1, I don't need to get mammogram. Wrong, because you still can be in the 90% that just the typical women, that's your risk for breast cancer. And I'm sorry, I use breast cancer as an example in the rare disease today because it's a little more intuitive. I think for the rare disease community, the biggest challenges that I have experienced along with the family is when you have the diagnosis, knowledge is power. That's awesome. We know we want more. Okay. We want more. We want to understand what's going to happen. What's the trajectory? What else do we need to know? And this is where I want to go back to the power of community. We live in a small state. We're going to have, I'm going to name one syndrome, rare one syndrome. You may be the only patient in the state. You actually may be the only patient in the New England. You may be the only 50 patients in the world. The way patients are connecting to each other now, it's more through their support group that is disease specific. That's very helpful to learn about the natural history. So when I was a fellow, I studied a condition called alkaptonuria. I was fortunate enough to see about 75 patients from all over the world. I've been in practice here in Rhode Island over 20 years. I've only had one. Okay. But the power of the connection through your disease specific is very helpful. The power of the community is what you need for a day-to-day living. So you belong to 2 communities, your disease community and your community. Your community help you advocate for your child or your family member, get them the resources, get them to the school, get them, job, get the sibling, the support and all that. And that's really how I look at the community genetics in the community in 2 different aspects. Any other question that you have?
We have time for one more.
Are the tests available widely across the United States and internationally too? I'm interested in knowing.
Sure. So the testing in the US, it's widely available. Oftentimes, unfortunately, your insurance do dictate if you could get the test or not. I think the cost of the test has come down significantly. So that's helpful. I have encountered many patients who have insurance that provide treatment, but may not provide the testing option. So we have to work with the family, like once they reach their deductible, and then we order the tests and all that. So that's for the US. I think the access to genetics is a problem. We live in New England. We have genetic centers in every state and every, large city. that's true, not the case if you are in certain part of the country, in the South or in the Midwest. Internationally, there's a huge limitations in terms of access to testing, and it's all because of the cost. And yeah, so. Mhm. Yep. Great. Thank you for bringing that up. And that's why you work with the genetic professionals. That's the biggest part that what we do is try to figure out how we could get the testing done for our patients. There are companies that put caps on the test. There are certain tests that, you know, you have a certain amount of out of pocket. We actually have some free panels that is often sponsored by some of our representatives here, because they realize that if they pick up one of the rare disease patient, those patients will, you know, get treatment, and they do sponsor testing. So we have a whole book of how to get access for our patients, testing for our patients. So thank you for that comment. Anything else I can answer you? I hope you leave here today. Remember karyotype, microarray, panel testing, exome sequencing, whole genome sequencing. Maybe in the next 5 years, we'll have epigenetics testing to talk about the environment. I'm very hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pornpickle.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to Nicole to tell us what's next.
I hope everyone's enjoying the conference today. So we are going to break for lunch. Lunch is being put out right now, so please enjoy. We'll return back to the room to continue our program at 1 o'clock. So during this time, please network and talk and visit your or our great exhibitors. And we look forward to talking with you all during this time. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I never did a
Hello. Can't hear. Hello.
The manual and the directions, and he is so sweet to me. He's not a person who's judgy. He said, gee, did you actually try to, put the little well in the dough when the button went off and put the yeast in at this time? And did you see that they have a nice little checklist? And immediately I went, oh, that just rang that familiar bell, because I have never met a checklist that I have not fallen in love with. Type A personality. So I said, wow, okay, I'm back to my familiar muscle, planning, checklists. I know how to do this. So I read the directions. I realized I had 2 wrong ingredients, not wet milk. I need dry milk. And I bought the wrong kind of yeast. Started all over again. 5 more freaking hours. I finally had beautiful, beautiful, hot, delicious bread. Okay. Why am I telling you this story? I had to remind myself that these are the life lessons, right? Planning is a muscle, and we need to always follow the same steps, whether we're making bread or doing really much more important things in life. And now I'm going to talk to you about planning for much more important things in life. Remember the bread. Okay. So the importance of planning. You can really boil this down to 3 steps. Notice I did not say 3 easy steps. They're not easy steps, but they really are 3 steps. Okay. Your very first step is something that you do all the time. You just don't recognize it. And that is set your intentions. Your intentions, whether you are planning for yourself or someone else, or hopefully both. This is all about setting goals, but people don't like that word goals. So think about it like setting intentions. That's number 1. And I gave you a nice little sheet to start with, to put those goals down, those intentions down. Use that worksheet. It comes in from a nice course that I've developed, but you don't need the course because you can use this. And guess what? A 99-cent notebook works just fine. You can improvise at home. Use if you like technology, use your iPad, your phone, whatever you need, whatever works for you. But set your intentions, and you can start small. And when I'm talking about setting goals, what am I talking about? Let me give you 3 examples, very different people that I've worked with, because I do all kinds of work. I'm not just a lawyer. I'm a coach. I'm a trustee. I'm a guardian for people. I step in for people in many, many different ways in their lives. So I want to give you some thoughts about people who I've worked with to set different goals in their lives, big and small. So I have one woman that I've worked with for who she had a goal to stay in her home. Her home is very, very important to her. She was fortunate or unfortunate enough to get a very small inheritance from her mother when her mother passed. It was enough to buy a home. You know how much homes cost in Massachusetts, and this was even a few years back before they blew up even more. But there isn't a lot left over to maintain that home. So we had to be very intentional in how we set up our plan to keep her in this home. Her disabilities are pretty profound, but this is her overall overarching intention. Let's stay in this home as long as we can. And we all know this is not going to be forever because there's just not enough money. But there are a lot of things that we can do to economize and keep her in this home. So that's one person's goal. Okay. other goals had to be sacrificed in order to make this the number one goal. Another family that I'm working with, we're doing a transition to the next generation of caregivers. Very, very common. We've got 3 sisters, 1 with a disability, 2 in very different places in their lives who are supporting, and 2 parents who are aging. 1 aging well, another not so well. And we are moving the plan along. And that plan includes intentions. The 2 non-disabled siblings have very different ideas about what should happen with their sibling sister, and they clash with the parents' intentions. So setting a family plan is very important. And so the overall intention that was set was very interesting to me that no one asked the disabled person what her intention was. And when I raised it, people got very upset with me. We know what she wants. We know that she wants to do XYZ. And XYZ included moving her from her entire community where she had friends, a job, an entire life. And that was difficult. So intentions are very important, right? We're going to talk about the next steps in communication and so forth too. And then finally, another person that I've been working with for a long time has been under guardianship since they were 18. He's a young man with a lot of physical challenges and communication challenges. And his intention was to grow and learn and be able to terminate that guardianship someday. Just did that last week. It was Freedom Day for him. That's what he called it, Freedom Day. Took a lot of planning. That was his number one goal. That was his number one intention. Does that give you some idea about what setting goals and intentions can be? Isn't it interesting that we're not talking about wills? We're not talking about, saving $1 million and meeting with the financial planner. These are big goals and intentions, and we're going to work our way down to how we get there next. Okay. Part of your intentions, setting goals, are picking your team. We call that our circle of care. In our practice, some people call it a team to carry on, but it's really important in that first phase that you are thinking about who is going to carry the weight for you if you're setting those goals for yourself or for your loved one, whether that's a trustee, a guardian, a healthcare agent, power of attorney. There are going to be a lot of roles that people play. Think about this. If you are planning for an adult child, and that adult child is going to live in the community somewhere, in a group home, in an institutional setting, and they don't have a voice for themselves, or they are, at risk, it will be very important that they have community around them. Many people who visit, many people who step in for them. The more people who are there for them, the less likely harm will come to them. The more eyes that are on what is going on with them, the more likely they will be safe. It's very simple, but a lot of people don't think about that. You want to get your community or your team in place. Can you go visit John once a month? You get 12 people to do that. All of a sudden, you got a lot of people watching out for John. Okay. All right. Number 2 in your your list of things to do. Remember, not easy, but these are your 3 things that you can do to create your plan. So number 2 is actually writing things down, creating that plan. So first you set your intentions, but now you got to put it all down. You've got to create that plan and put it on paper. So what does that mean? Well, this is where you actually do want to sit down with that financial advisor and create those financial goals. Sit down with that attorney and create the documents if you need them, and put that pretty binder in place. The one that most people put up on their shelf, and it creates dust. But we're not going to do that because we're going to talk about step 3, right? Okay, but there are other things too. There are other things here, because we really need written job descriptions for people too, right? We need people to understand what their jobs are going to be, because we've now picked our team and now we're writing down what their roles are. But we really need them to understand what we want them to do. So has anybody heard of a letter of intent? Couple of people nodding their heads. A letter of intent is not this crazy document. It's not something super, super technical. Again, remember that 99-cent notebook? You can just write down with a pencil, or you can get on your computer or your tablet and just start writing down what you want for yourself, if you're planning for yourself, or if you're planning for your caregiver. So what do I mean when I say, Susie, you're going to be the guardian? What is this? What does it mean to be a guardian? I'm asking you to go and visit, because if you visit, then Jane will be safer. Because guess what? I want you looking for bruises, because bruises tend to come. And when you ask about those bruises, they'll say, oh, Jane did it to herself. We hear that all the time in group homes. Oh, we don't know how that happened. She must have hit herself. Oh, she probably walked into a wall. That's the kind of stuff we hear when people aren't watching. You write these things down and you can get help. You don't have to do this once. Remember, planning's a muscle. You're going to plan all the time. It's continuous. I know you're going to want to throw rotten tomatoes at me because it's hard enough to do it once, but it is continuous and you will keep working on it. Just like when you're exercising, it gets easier when you do it all the time. It gets a little easier when you're out there on the treadmill the next time you go out there and add another 10 minutes on. So besides doing those written job descriptions and the financial plan, oh my God, am I going to have enough money? I don't know, but whatever you have, it's got to be enough, right? And doing the estate plan and that pretty binder and that letter of intent and pulling together all the professionals in your life and making sure that you're writing down all your goals. The third thing that you have to do, can you guess what it is? This is where everybody falls down. 95% of my clients don't do this. They never tell anybody. They write all this stuff down. It's beautiful. And then they never communicate any of it because they are so afraid. I hear things from them like, oh, well, my niece is so busy. She's got her own family. She's a doctor now. She's fabulous. And by the way, I picked her because she's a doctor and she's just going to be so great at this, but she's so busy. Well, if she's really busy now and you can't even talk to her for 5 minutes about what you've asked her to do, what's going to happen when you die? How is she going to know what you want? Well, she's going to read this beautiful document. Okay. Do you really think she's going to understand everything that you've asked her to do? Do you think that when she hasn't seen your child for 10 years or 5 years or whatever, doesn't have a relationship with him or her? And I know I'm being extreme, but do you really think that she's going to understand? When I was in college, I needed to make some extra money. And I took this really horrible temp job. I went to work in a dentist office answering the phones, and I came in and I was like, "Hi, I'm here." And they sat me down at the front desk and they gave me 5 minutes of instruction. And they're like, "If you need any help, there's the manual on how to run the phones." Wow, that was awful. Well, I had 5 minutes of instruction, I had a little job description, and I had a written manual. How do you think my day went? It was terrible. You're asking people to do this with your kid or yourself. You've had a stroke. You've had some kind of a healthcare crisis. You can't communicate your own wishes, and you're about to have surgery, and you're expecting an agent or somebody that you've chosen to step in for you and make decisions. And you think, well, they'll know. They're going to know. And they're going to be able to do it. Hope so. But you can make this better. You can make it more successful by finishing your plan. Okay. And how you do that, all kinds of ways you can communicate this. Small steps. It doesn't have to be big, grand gestures. You don't all have to go off to Disney together. You don't all have to sit around the Thanksgiving table with a big manual that you have, give everybody a 3-ring binder and go through it with, 5 points. And no, you don't have to do that. Start small and simple. Invite somebody to a meeting. Ask somebody to come to a doctor's appointment with you. Maybe just, ask them to have a 10-minute phone call once in a while with your child, if they're an adult. Have them come to a family event, a team meeting. I'm sure you can think of ways to include them and have them be involved in your family member's life. They sure as heck should really understand where your family member is living, what their team looks like, what kind of job they're taking on. They need more than a job description. They need on-the-job training, right? And only you can give that to them. So whether it's you or for your child, they really need to understand what they're getting into. And if you think that they're going to run away screaming, that's okay. You should know that now before you have a crisis, right? So I've only got a few minutes left, 5, 6, 7 minutes. So I really wanted to save time for some questions. I have lots and lots of ideas about how you might be able to bring people into your life early. So can I answer any questions for you? Yes. Mm-hmm. That is such an excellent example of what I'm talking about today. Thank you so much, because that's an ongoing process of planning, and you might change your mind from surgery to surgery about what you're willing to do and not willing to do. And I love that approach. I think that's perfect. Did everybody hear what she was talking about? Because she didn't have a mic on her. Did everybody hear that? Yeah? Okay. Does anybody have any follow-up to that or any questions about how it can? Yes.
We just had our adult children sign durable power of attorney and durable power of medical proxies recently because we were not aware that once they turn 18, that even though I am the mother, that somebody else could step in and say what could and could not be done for our children, even if this is not a married spouse, any lawful, adjournment or whatever situation. It could just be a friend. And so that scared us. And so we talked with our children and said, we've dealt with your medical conditions from day one. Do you feel trustful in what we have done so far? And would you like us to make these decisions if you're unable to, in a situation? And so that's something that all parents should do when their children turn 18, whether you have a rare disease or any kind of medical condition. It just should be there automatically. And a lot of parents don't realize that should be done.
Every person over the age of 18 should have their own healthcare proxy or medical power of attorney for healthcare decisions, depends on what it's called in your state, and financial power of attorney. Because nobody legally will be able to support decision-making for you if you are unable to make decisions for yourself. So whether that's for you or your children, it doesn't matter. Every person over the age of 18 should have those two documents in place. There are other documents as well. HIPAA release is a global healthcare information release, which is not a decision-making document, but that's a separate document that everybody should have as well, because that allows people to share information with your doctors. And that is often needed in addition to the medical power of attorney document as well. So thank you for that. Appreciate that, especially if you have kids going off to college. It's really important. Any other questions or thoughts? Yes.
Oh, what resources are available for us in New England in particular? We get a lot of calls for help. There are issues legally that are going on with somebody. So are there any resources that we can?
Okay, so state to state, you're going to have different resources. I have a lot of stuff on my website at specialneedscompanies.com. So you can go there. I put a flyer in the bags. And then, we are always happy to serve as a resource. So if you can't find something in your state, and we're only in Massachusetts, but if you can't find something in your state, you can definitely call us. And we do have a wonderful resource assistant that will be happy to try to help find you resources, because we don't always know right off the bat, from state to state. But most states do have really good legal resources for people to go if they can't afford to pay for private counsel. The bar associations in every state have a resource and referral network as well. It's hard to know if they are familiar with people with rare disease. If you are looking for somebody familiar with disability, the state ARC, the state ARCs usually have very good referrals as well. So you can look on the state ARCs website. And NAELA, so that's NAELA.org, has resources and referrals of attorneys in every state. So that's NAELA.org. That's the National Academy of Elder Law Attorneys. Don't let the word elder law fool you. That's elder and disability law. Sure. Yes. That's such a good question. Thank you for asking. So we do serve as trustee for many people only with disability trusts or trusts for people who have a disability. And what I love is getting that letter of intent document if I don't actually know the people who have prepared the trust and they've been my client, which more than 50% of the time, I don't. So having that letter of intent and knowing what is important to the family, to the grantor, the person who's created the trust and funded the trust, what did they want? What was so important to them? For example, I really want this person to be able to live in this home for as long as possible. I've had people who, wanted their autistic child to be able to take multiple train trips a year because that was their thing. That was their joy. Knowing things like that are so important. You can't always do it. There's not always enough money, but you really need to understand the types of things that are important to people. And that's just very helpful. So letters of intent come in all different forms, and they really are, they just don't have to be formal. So don't let that scare you. Any last questions? Thank you so much for letting me be here today. The last time I presented was in Maine, and I think was that the last time that we had an in-person conference?
Yeah, that was the last conference.
I love being here with my rare disease folks. For those of you who don't know, my daughter Elizabeth passed away from mitochondrial disease actually 10 years ago next month. So it is my pleasure and honor to be here with this community that I adore. So thank you so much for letting me be here today.
Thank you so much, Annette, for all your really great knowledge and information. We appreciate it. So everybody, now we're gonna move into our community panel. We have some panelists with some great community resources. So we have Susan Lin, the president and CEO of the Epilepsy Foundation, New England. Denise Qualley, the president of the New England Connection for PKU and Allied Disorders. And Tara Hayes, the family voice manager for the Rhode Island Parent Information Network. So if you guys want to come on up. Right. So once we get everybody up here. So yeah, I'm really excited today about this community panel. The topic is the value of a strong community. I'll introduce myself as well. I'm realizing I didn't do that. I'm Tasia Rachiski. I'm a rare disease board, Rare New England board member, as well as a rare disease patient myself and advocate. So I'm so excited to be here today and very excited about this topic. Community is so important when you have a rare disease. And I think personally, I know when I found community and learned how to embrace it, that was really when I started to understand and be able to manage my own rare disease the best. So excited to have you all here today. We'll let Susan go ahead and we'll let everybody talk about their programs. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much. Thank you for allowing us to be here, and congratulations on a great conference. I don't usually look so much like a drowned rat, but today I got a little bit caught in the rain. And if there's nothing else I've learned about the rare disease community and epilepsy, it's flexibility is key. So here I am with wet hair and all. It's good to see you, and thanks for letting us join you today. So I'm Susan. I have the privilege of serving as the CEO of Epilepsy Foundation New England. And really, what I want you to remember is that what we do at the foundation is we help to support quality of life by providing highly individualized services for families. So wherever you are on your journey, specifically with epilepsy, we're here to help you. I have one of my community health workers, Bruce, here today. Millie is on her way in, and we have 50 Bruces, Millies, and myself to help throughout New England. So what is epilepsy? For those who may not be familiar, Epilepsy is a neurological condition which is characterized by unpredictable seizures unpredictable electrical storms in the brain, i.e. seizures. But most people think of epilepsy as grand mal seizures, which is the most common identified seizure. There's actually 45 kinds of epilepsy, which I think is part of why I'm here today, which is that epilepsy can be a secondary diagnosis to many other conditions. We hear a lot from patients that whatever they're struggling with, whatever they're trying to overcome, their rare disease, for example, brain cancer or cerebral palsy, those things are very difficult for people to work through. But sometimes the seizures and the unpredictability of the condition can really be the thing that impacts quality of life the most. And what I want you to know is that you're not alone, or your kid or your person that you love is not alone. So just for a minute, we help people and families affected by epilepsy in New England, and we define that as Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And we have a partnership with Connecticut as well. We've been around for 40 years, 1983. You may know the Epilepsy Foundation of America. We're an independent affiliate thereof, and we really provide all of the local services, whereas EF of A provides national services. We talk about help for today and hope for tomorrow. I appreciated your comments about community, because that's the number one thing we do, is enable a circle of support by helping people improve quality of life. So I'm going to tell you a few things that we do, and if one of these things touches on what you need, please see me or Bruce or Millie. Our table is right out there, or contact us afterward. But regardless, if you don't see something up here and you think, oh, I have a person affected by seizures and I wish that I could X, give us a call, because even if it's not here, in all likelihood, we will be able to help you find a solution. So one of the things we do is we have, I mentioned Bruce and Millie, we have 50 or so community health workers that help us in epilepsy resource rooms throughout New England, specifically embedded into the hospitals. So you might see our CHWs in clinic at Hasbro, Rhode Island Hospital. But for those from farther away, the 6 Boston hospitals, UMass, Bay State, Maine Med, UVM, and Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center. And care management is a service by which we stick with a patient and their family to provide ongoing one-on-one support. It could be mentoring for a child. It could be, we have one person who, they have someone who's really struggling with verbal skills and has some blindness. And we have a community health worker who just reads to that person every Friday morning for an hour. So really ranges the gamut from intensive social emotional support to one-offs of reading to a patient. And we provide a ton of groups I'll show you in a second. In addition to more intensive services, help desk. I have a question about service dogs or the use of cannabidiol in epilepsy, or I'm newly diagnosed and I need to know how to find a doctor. We provide a plethora of educational resources. We have something called Wednesday webinars. Every Wednesday night, we have a free webinar about a topic in epilepsy. Most recently, we had one on the ADA and accommodations in the workplace, as well as the week before on helping children with IEPs and 504s. And then we do a variety of host site needs, which is to say that our hospitals sometimes ask us to do specific things, like at MGH Pediatrics, we run their social media for them. Oops, that's not supposed to happen like that. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you're controlling the, okay, thank you for your control. Yeah, it's the wizard over there. So our groups, the pandemic actually allowed us an opportunity to thrive in this area. We used to hold a lot of Epilepsy 101 groups around in person, many places in New England. And now we hold almost all of our groups online, 99%. And our groups are built to suit, which is to say, when we recognize that there's a need in the community, for example, a bunch of patients considering surgery, we'll make a group for that. We have a group for middle school boys because we had a place where there were a bunch of middle school kids that were struggling. So we created a group for that. And people told us we couldn't do this, like we couldn't hold effective groups online. And by about March 17th of 2020, we showed them wrong. This is an early picture. And if you look closely, you can see that some of the children in the screen have significant disabilities as characterized by their physical appearance. And Joey, for example, who's in the bottom middle square, is nonverbal and in a wheelchair. And I don't know if you can see the smile on his face, but this is a music group. And people told us it was impossible, and it isn't. So we do hold some groups in person, but for the most part, we have groups. And this is really, like I say, the number one thing we do is build connection. Our favorite outcome is when we see people in virtual groups getting together outside of the foundation. So connecting with each other or connecting in the community. In addition, you can appreciate how someone living with epilepsy who's newly diagnosed at age 70 probably has some different concerns and ideas than someone who's newly diagnosed at age 14. And we realized during the pandemic that having thematic groups like these, a keto group, a back to school group, a young boys group, an older adults group is much more effective than having groups that really have a huge diversity of people in them. Our youth services, youth are probably our #1 priority. If we can help a youth transition to adulthood successfully, we can set them up for community and connectedness for their life. So Young Leaders Network is a support group for high school and college students disguised as a leadership opportunity. The reason is, I don't know if you've ever tried to get a young adult to go to a group. But if you tempt them with, but you can help others, they come, which is wonderful. Kids Connect is the middle school version of that. We offer scholarships. They open every year on December 1st, and the deadline is March 1st. Last year, we awarded about $40,000. Hope the Lion, if you have a person affected by epilepsy, you can go to our website and request a free Hope the Lion delivered to your house. The message there is just support and something to literally hold on to. My Friend Maddie, if you stop by the table before, is a book also shown here, and camp. We offer so many camps. Here's just a sampling: residential camps, day camps, things that kids with epilepsy don't necessarily think that they can do. We try to help show them that they can with appropriate adaptations in place. And camp is not just for kids. We have a family camp, and that's specifically suited to a family who has a person who's severely affected, who needs skilled nursing or personal care. So by having the family come, the person living with epilepsy, whether that's the child or the adult, can participate more fully. Our sailing camp is for ages 0 to 100. And we also offer adult retreats and young adult retreats during the academic year. Education, I mentioned Wednesday webinars. Seizure First Aid, we offer twice a month online. And we have special call outs to educate school nurses about epilepsies to ensure that our kids are included as fully as possible. And first responders, unfortunately, when first responders don't have epilepsy as a potential causal variable, the consequences can be a disaster. And advocacy and public policy. Someone asked a question about helping with individual rights. We have a person that does that. His name is Bill Murphy. And he advocates for us on the federal, state, and individual level. So when someone calls the foundation and says, I think I might get fired from my job, or my employer told me whatever, Bill steps in and helps, and usually can help solve the problem by making a call to the organization or providing strategies. And if not, we have a legal defense fund to hook people up with help. We also have an epilepsy envoy program. So for people who would like to get involved in advocacy, we provide training, which is also a support group in disguise of once you sit with a group of 8 people for a few weeks and learn advocacy skills, you tend to make some friends. Other supports, emergency financial assistance. So one-time gifts of up to $1,000 for a family struggling. That can be for a copay that's unexpectedly high, or gosh, you name it, heating bills, all sorts of things for our emergency financial assistance program. Our Remembrance Network is a program that helps to remember our community who's lost their battle with epilepsy, and also holds the family members of those people very close to our community, especially in helping others who may experience an unexpected loss due to epilepsy. And finally, research. We fund about $175,000 a year in research. So that's my spiel on what Epilepsy Foundation New England is. That's my email address there. Feel free to send me an email if you have needs or things you don't want to talk about today, or see Bruce or Millie if you would like to talk about your individual circumstances. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, the absolute breadth of your programs is amazing. So many useful programs. So we'll move on to Denise. We'll save time at the end for questions, because I'm sure you have many questions for about these great resources.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That was very impressive. We're not as organized, but I'm gonna. So anyway, I want to thank you for inviting NECPAD here to your conference. Really appreciate it. Community is really what we are all about. So So I just wanted to say that, you know, our tagline is alone we are rare, together we are family, which family got cut off in the bottom there, but we do feel as though we are family together, and it's important to underscore that in our community. So I just wanted to show you a little bit about my inspiration and greatest achievement, which would be my family. So I bet you can't tell there who has the rare disease, but it's my Caroline, who's 22, and she was born with PKU. And for those of you who do not know what PKU is, at birth, newborn screening picked her up, thank God, for according to her blood heel prick. And she cannot process protein through her blood-brain barrier. So she was put on a low-protein diet, which consists of low-protein foods and a formula. And she's on that diet for the rest of her life in order for her to function normally. And I'm happy to say my daughter is much smarter than I am. She just graduated from Bryant University here in Rhode Island. She's just an amazing, amazing person. So that's my inspiration right there. Along with the rest of my family, I want to mention her sibling. Thank you so much for bringing him to our attention, because he is very supportive of her. So that's Shane right there. He's in Italy right now. I just got back from visiting him, studying abroad. And of course, my husband couldn't do it without him. Desi, who's my third, fourth, and fifth child, all wrapped into one. So that's my inspiration and my greatest achievement right there. So NECPAD was formed in 1995, really 1993. But the really interesting thing about NECPAD, it was formed by people from Boston Children's Hospital and caregivers. They recognized very early on that we needed to get a group of family members together as well as professionals to support one another. This rare disease was going to take a village, and they were part of our village. And I think that's really important. So we have, we were probably one of the first nonprofits established in the United States. Massachusetts, as you know, was a leader in newborn screening. And I think we continue to be a leader when it comes to that, although, there are some difficulties, which we'll get to. So the New England Connection for PKU and Allied Disorders, we inspire, which I think is very important, as a community and as individuals. Learning, social support, research, and public policy to help develop the full potential of people with PKU and allied disorders. So the allied disorders that we cover are all inborn errors of metabolism, such as MSUD, urea cycle disorder, HCU, tyrosinemia, and organic acidemias. So PKU of all those is the least rare. So there's 16,500 of us in the country right now that have PKU. And as you go down the line, there's even less in the other disorders. And our board, and I'm so happy that Ellen from our board and a resident of Rhode Island is joining me today. So we are a well-rounded board. We are an all-volunteer organization. None of us get paid. So this is all, we do this in our own quote unquote free time. I'm an attorney. I tried my best to, I'm a licensed apprentice plumber and also a real estate broker. But my main job is really to care for my family, and this is part of it. And we also have amazing, when we first started, obviously, there were no adults or young adults on the board, right? Because they weren't really capable at that point in time. We weren't capable of organizing ourselves. But now we have one of our co-vice presidents, Alyssa, is a PKU adult who was lost to care. And actually, we brought her back to care by coming to one of our events. And she is an amazing woman, just had a child. And I'm so excited that she's involved at the level that she's involved in. Ellen, another PKU adult who we value her opinions and her advice and her help and her outreach to others. It's so important to have her on the board, as well as other caregivers. We also have a junior mom. It's a sibling, and she refers to herself as a junior mom. She's new to the board. Tracy, she's from New Hampshire. So we have representatives from Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts. So we're missing Vermont and Maine, but we do support Vermont and Maine. So we what we do. I mean, we do our very best to gently meet those we serve where they are at. So we try to keep our mission, focused, but at the same point in time, flexible. And we have been not only involved heavily in New England, but on the national level as well, trying to inspire. So these are the different things that we do: our 5K, LaRusso Scholarship, Canavan Grant, Legislative Advocacy, Kimball Farms, which is a family outing in Massachusetts, other family events. We have our annual Honey Pot Hill apple picking event that just happened. That was our 30th year. For adults, we have a low protein food crawl. We're trying to be creative about involving the adults and what they would like and treating them as adults and not children, because I think a lot of them feel like because they still go to Boston Children's Hospital, they're treated as children, and we don't believe that. So we're trying not to perpetuate that. Roller skating party. Who doesn't like a good roller skating party? And then, obviously during COVID, we sent out care packages to people to let them know we were still thinking of them and to encourage them to have fun while they were, quote unquote, not able to be connected with others, right? We also have a lot of virtual meetups. I think COVID, as you had said, opened the door to that, and so important, especially for people that in the MSUD community. One of our vice presidents literally has not been out since COVID. She is afraid to go out, and then we have ongoing and support and advocacy programs. So the next slide, the next PowerPoint, if they can cue that up, will, as I talk about these individual things and just tell you a little bit more about PKU, and I'm looking at the time. Okay, here we go. I have a little bit of time left. I'm right where I was gonna be. I really feel like a picture is worth 1,000 words. So these are the things that we have done as volunteers. So we have thrown a fundraiser at the Copley Plaza Hotel and raised close to $500,000 using resources that we have. I happen to be friends with somebody from New Kids on the Block and the Dropkick Murphys. And so, we used our connections for that. I don't know if anybody knows the Dropkick Murphys here, but if you're, I love that. Yes. Yes. What we do is we go beyond our own immediate community and expand beyond that community to ask for help. So we've done that through fundraisers. We have people at our PKU event that range from, they were in their 90s, they're PKU grandmothers, down to newborns. Last year, we had, oh my God, her name, Patricia Guthrie. You may recognize that name. Dr. Guthrie discovered newborn screening. So his daughter was at our event, held a baby at the event, who just got the newborn screening heel prick. It was the coolest thing ever. Talk about coming full circle. We do our best to educate people about newborn screening. We just celebrated the 50th year of newborn screening last month. And we are doing what we can to make sure that people know about it. The other thing that we do is legislative advocacy. You probably saw some pictures there of us down in DC. So I've been advocating for the Medical Nutrition Equity Act since my daughter was in kindergarten. She now just graduated from college. It's still not passed. So PKU is one of the 5% of rare diseases that actually has a treatment. Actually, we have multiple treatments. The good news story is that we have newborn screening. We're picked up by newborn screening. We have a treatment. We have a way to have people have healthy lives. The really bad news is we don't have an insurance system to support that, which I really think as a group, as a community, and what we're trying to inspire is we need to make that a sexy news story across the nation. We've lost half of our people to care. We have newborn screening, we have treatments, we have a way to treat people, but yet we've lost half of people to care. People can't access it. You don't hear about that about diabetes, and I'm not trying to pick on diabetes, but who would ever say you can't have your insulin? You're left to your own devices. I just feel as though it's a really, really bad situation that I wish we could raise together as a community to try to make change. We all want treatments and cures for our own individual rare diseases, but we need to have access to those treatments and cures as well, unfettered access to those. So what we do is go down to Washington a lot, as you can see from these pictures over the years. And now we do it remotely. And I was very happy to work with Tasha and what's your first? Tasia, sorry, I always get that wrong. Very happy to meet her virtually and doing that. So I guess the bottom line for me is just that the power of community is strong. And I think it shows, and that's Patricia Guthrie there. That's Dr. Levy, for those of you who may know him, because he's a god in the metabolic world anyway. It's so important to inspire change, to work together, to keep people connected and informed. So that to me is the power of community and what we try to do with NECPAD. Thank you.
All right, so while they're queuing up my slides, I will just introduce myself. I'm Tara Hayes. I'm the Family Voices Program Manager at Ripen. Ripen is a nonprofit that's been around for the last over 30 years. We were established by a group of parents who wanted to help their children in the special education system. And since then, we have grown to serve individuals and families all across the lifespan in Rhode Island. Ripen is near and dear to my heart. I am a peer. About 75% of the staff at Ripen are peers. And so you'll see, this is, just our history, like I said. We're the nonprofit, peer professionals. We help Rhode Islanders of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds access and navigate 3 different main areas, which is healthcare, education, and healthy aging. So pretty much if what we like to say is if somebody has a question, they can call the Ripen call center. And if we can't answer your question, we will direct you to somebody who can. We will get you connected to the services and resources and supports that are out there to help you live productive lives and really, make sure that you're getting connected to care and resources and support. Other services, supports, and complex systems, because we know that state systems are not easy to navigate. Went too far, too quick. Okay, so you'll see in the bottom left corner over here, that's my family. This is, God, many like 6 years ago now. So all my kids are actually a lot bigger than that. Andrew is my oldest in the middle there in the wheelchair. Andrew was born with a rare genetic disorder. He is undiagnosed. He spent 3.5 months in the NICU. He has a trach. He's on a ventilator. He's non-ambulatory, G-tube fed. But cognitively, he is well. He is 15 now. He has a lovely goatee and mustache, and he is in the 10th grade. He loves being around his typically developing peers, and he uses an eye gaze device to communicate. When Andrew was 3 and he transitioned out of early intervention, I found myself looking for a new job. I was formerly a special educator, and I found Ripen, and I celebrated my 13-year anniversary at Ripen yesterday. So that is exciting. Yes. Seamus is the guy on the right here, and he is now 11 and Grace is 8. Seamus and Grace, typical developing, but Grace started kindergarten during COVID. We've had some traumatic events over the past year with Andrew having sepsis twice. And so they've kind of suffered some residual trauma from that. So we've dealt with some behavioral health issues. So really the individuals at Ripen that work at Ripen, that's my friend Amanda in the top left. That's one of our directors, Deborah Mansland, in the top, on the right in the middle, with her mom and her daughter who she cares for. And then this is another of our staff, Melly, and that's her son. So we really bring that true peer experience throughout the lifespan. We have peer support within early intervention programs. We have somebody that's located at the hospital to help connect families once they have a baby to home visiting.
We have a Cedar Family Center. The Cedar Family Center is for Medicaid clients who have kids with a lot of complex needs, and they need to access crisis services, usually behavioral health, home-based services, helping those families with care coordination and organizing that. Family Voices program, which is the program that I've worked for. We support families with kids with special health care needs from birth through like 26. We have a lot of resources that we provide. Kathy mentioned earlier the Rhode Island Medical Home Portal that we help to support. We also have a Connecting the Dots resource guide, which is like a hard copy of resources for families. And if you go online, you get all the live links to resources. It also includes advocacy opportunities for families and sensory sensitive events that are available for people to access in the community. We have a support group that meets twice a month, 2 English meetings, 2 Spanish meetings. We are a staff of 4, but we really provide technical assistance to the entire agency at Ripon. So you could get connected to us through many different avenues. We also have a lot of education and training that we do. We have a Policy 101. We have Medicaid for Rhode Island families with kids with special needs, facilitation skills trainings to help families feel comfortable sitting at tables and being on a group or a committee. And then also at the second level, facilitating committee meetings and being, that leader in the community. We have a special education program, which is the Parent Training Information Center, which every state has one. Every state has a Family Voices, every state has a Family to Family Health Information Center, and every state has a Parent Training Information Center. Ripon is all 3. Many states do have them in one place. Some states, they're in different buildings or agencies, but really providing that holistic care for families with kids with special needs. We also have a new program about self-directed supports, which helps individuals who are transitioning to adulthood learn how to, if they decide not to go into a day program or some sort of program and they want to provide their own plan for how they want to live their life and be a part of the community. We have staff now that can help support them in doing that. We have programs for older adults, whether it's a chronic condition, transition home from the hospital, telehealth support. We can support that as well. And we provide a lot of case management to families. This is our staff. 75% or 3/4 of our staff are peers. So we really do live that peer perspective, that lived experience. We really value that. One of the main things that we ask in our interviews, if it's a position that necessarily needs that lived experience to learn how to navigate the system and services, we definitely value that. So how does Ripon help? I did also neglect to mention that we have a call center. Our call center is pretty large. We're the designated call center for the Office of the Health Insurance Commissioner in the state. So any health insurance issue, whether it's Medicaid, commercial, employer sponsored, Ripon is the one that you would call for that. Our call center also will help with education issues. And then if it rises to the need of needing more intensive service, our Parent Training Information Center will jump in with the special education support. We have a new logo, we have a new tagline, personal support built on personal experience. We wanted to rebrand ourselves. Ripon used to be Rhode Island Parent Information Network. We're kind of just going with Ripon now because we serve more than just parents. And so we really wanted to showcase, the breadth and the depth of our work. It's not just you call me and I can answer your questions. You're calling me and I have 115 staff behind me that can also help support your needs. So you're not just getting one of us, you get all of us. And as Kathy is located at Department of Health, we have a parent consultant who's located at the Katie Beckett unit to help provide with the Medicaid services and application assistance, because it can be really intensive to go through those processes. Like I said, we have parent consultants in each early intervention site. So if a family gets a new diagnosis or they're struggling with all the services and trying to coordinate things, we can really connect them to people who have been through it. There's also, Kathy, you didn't talk about the YAC, right? So there's So Kathy also supports our Youth Advisory Council through the Department of Health. So she works with young adults who are 14 through 24 to help support them in supporting other adults and other young adults. And they put on a yearly conference, a peer-led conference called Dare to Dream that's down at URI. And that's a huge deal. And the kids really love to get together and really showcase their skills and what they know, and help teach their peers about different topics in the community. Yes. Yes. Right. Exactly. And even for our parents, we do a lot of focus groups at Ripon. We get asked by EOH, Executive Office of Health and Human Services, got to do the jargon buster, our Health and Human Services agencies, our schools, they want, the parent voice. They want to know what parents have to say and how parents are responding to different programs or different resources. And so we do suggest compensation for those parents, because we know our time is just as valuable as anybody else's, right? I mean, they're paying a doctor to be at the table. They should be paying the parent to be at the table, or other peers or caregivers. I think that is, I did say we have support groups in English and Spanish. I didn't mention that they are also virtual. So anybody can attend. You don't have to be a Rhode Islander. A lot of the workshops that we do now, we're doing hybrid. So we are having in person, but we're also having a virtual option for those who can't make it in. We have a great communications team who has really helped us to make this happen. And so those people can get the resources online, but they can also get them hard copy if they want. Any of our resources that you would like, we can, we do mailings and things like that, drop offs for anybody who needs them. We do a lot of advocacy, especially the Family Voices team, because we are, Family Voices is a national organization. And so as our partnership with them, we are in DC at least once a year, usually doing a lot of visits when our legislators are home. We just met with Seth Magaziner last month. We are, try to make sure to keep those relationships and build those relationships. We'll have a new congressman coming in one of our other districts pretty soon. So just keeping that open dialogue, open communication, letting them know that we can support them and that hopefully they'll support us. A lot of our, we're a nonprofit, so all of our funding is contracts and grants and things like that. So we don't lobby, but we educate, right? And we want to make sure that we are showing the depth of what we do, because we know that, if you're touching one family, it's usually not just that one family that you touch. There's a trickle effect, right? So the power of community, the power of connections really it holds strong with us. And we're also part of the New England Regional Genetics Network, the New England Regional Genetics Group. So we stay involved in the regional advocacy as well as national and local. We last year introduced a bill about parental rights within the special education process and the IEP process, because in Rhode Island, parents don't have to sign IEPs for them to go into place and to be implemented. So, changes can be made without parent consent. So we're trying to rectify that. We sit at a lot of community tables, a lot of state, conversations, just to bring the voice of families and, nothing about us without us, right? Don't be making systems and services for people if you don't know what the people really need. So we do a lot, but we have a lot of connections. We have a lot of partnerships. We build relationships. And so we're not doing it alone, that we can do it as a community. And there's all our contact info. If you have any questions, let us know. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think Denise said rare disease takes a village. And I don't think there's any truer statement than that. So we appreciate you today being part of the village and your abundant resources that contribute to it. So does anybody have any questions? I'll come around and bring the microphone. I know it can be a little intimidating, but it's just for our virtual
participants so they can hear and okay.
So say I'm a mom of a child with special needs, so I have better I'm able to connect better with other parents of kids with special needs because even though we don't have the same diagnosis or the same disability, a lot of the journeys you have to travel are very similar. You got to access a lot of the same systems, a lot of the same services, and just being around someone who gets it, right? It's like you don't have to feel our support groups is not just about you know, people learning about stuff, but it's just about being a part of something where other people just get it. So if you don't feel like talking that night, but you just want to sit and be there, or you come, and if we have, sometimes we'll do them in person as well as virtual, just have something to eat and just hang out, just to get away and take a breath and, you know, replenish yourself. So when we say peer, it's a caregiver or somebody who has experienced the services and supports that they're helping others to go through. Yeah. Exactly.
Anybody else have any questions? I'm gonna try to walk faster.
Hello, I actually have a comment and a question. So the first comment I'm going to make, this is to Susan. I wanted to let you know that a former member of our Youth Advisory Council is a community health worker with the New England Epilepsy Foundation. So Marina's Rivas is her. So you see her, say, I said hello. And the question I have is, I've noticed I've benefited from a lot of the webinars that are given from the Epilepsy Foundation. And have you found that it is easier to do those on Zoom as opposed to in person? Have you found like that there's been an increase in the amount of people attending?
Yes, actually, because when we used to do conferences semi-regularly or in-person groups, but especially maybe for our community where transportation can be an issue, people living with epilepsy often can't drive, or they're caring for a special needs person. So arranging childcare or letting mom or dad go or a sibling go. So people can visit our webinars from the comfort of their own home and with their special needs person there. And if something happens, they can attend to that person right away. So I would say that our attendance at our webinar series that we just launched in September is about 60 per webinar. Whereas when we had conferences like this, we'd have 40 to 50 people in the room. In addition, obviously, there's an expense to having space and food, and it's wonderful to be together. Don't get me wrong. This is a lovely opportunity, and I can't wait to talk to some of the other folks in the hall. But it does come at a very real fiscal cost. And if we can deliver services more efficiently, then we probably should. And they're recorded for the most part, unless if someone tells us they don't want it recorded.
So I want to say thank you for everything that you all do. This is so wonderful. And we are so blessed in New England to have so many groups and so many organizations that do so much. I coach a lot of families, and really the question that I get, because we are all so exhausted, we don't have a lot of free time to look for things. The number one question is, where do I start? And you represent two sort of disease specific or diagnoses specific organizations and one general organization. And although this is kind of a loaded question, can you sort of answer, or what are your thoughts about, like, where do I start as a family? Like, where should I start when I just am starting to look for some help?
I'll answer for me and then I'll pass it along. So for the epilepsy community, just call the foundation. I mean, I sometimes people start with their hospital or their hospital social worker if one exists. But if you call or fill out an information form on our website, we triage and we figure out how to come to you. So you don't have to know which part of the foundation or even what state, or you just have to give an email or a call. And I agree, like finding the door is really tricky. We have our community health workers are designed to help people find the door. So if you call us and you say, you know, I have someone living with seizures, but my real question is, I don't understand the special education system, and I'm worried about an IEP. I think it's probably true of all three agencies up here, but we would say, okay, let's have Bruce or Millie or one of the other 48 people walk you through that. And probably if you lived in Rhode Island, you'd end up at Ripon, but we would help sort of broker that journey for you. And I bet if Ripon found someone living with epilepsy, they might say, hey, did you know that the Epilepsy Foundation New England exists and they have support groups and they would probably make that relationship for us. But I hear what you're saying. I wish it were a different system.
So I look at that question from two different perspectives. One as the president of a nonprofit, but the other as a mother who got the call that my daughter had something and you know, so and Caroline was born right before 9/11. My first appointment was on 9/11 to Boston Children's Hospital. So I was told, first of all, don't Google it. But second of all, I relied on my Boston Children's Hospital team, who was excellent. But unfortunately, you know, not all clinics are built that way. But I do think that, and I alluded to this earlier, there needs to be a better communication method between nonprofits who have all these resources and the care providers so that they can make sure that they inform their patients as to what resources are available. And unfortunately, a lot of these clinics too, when we first went to Boston Children's, we had a whole team of people. We had an you know, nurse practitioner, we had a social worker, now it's, the resources are going away, unfortunately. In New England, I'd like to say that all the clinics will at least point them to us. We like to have a phone conversation with a new parent, but they have to make that connection with us so that we can let them know what's going on. We also have in Massachusetts, you know, some resources available through a legislator who actually got us a grant. So, you know, that helps to have those resources available, that you can actually have some real resources to provide somebody. But I think social media is great. I think to a certain extent, but you start Googling things and you hear horror stories and you turn a new parent off like that. And you have to be very gentle with a new parent, especially in offering ongoing resources. But you have to, I think, meet the person where they're at, listen to them, and then try to direct them in a gentle way. So that's what we try to do at NECPAD anyway.
As an organization that's not disability specific or disease specific, you know, obviously if you already know your diagnosis and it's one of these two, that would probably be the best place to connect, depending on what your questions are, what your need is. But I think, you know, Ripon would refer to either of these. Like Susan had said, you know, we very frequently refer to the Epilepsy Foundation. And I didn't know as much about the PKU, but that will be one thing that we can add to our medical home portal and, you know, and things like that. And I've told a couple people in this room that you can go on and suggest a provider in the medical home portal and suggest yourself. And, you know, your resource can be added in there. And I think, you know, typically when you call our call center during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, you're going to get a person, you're going to get a live person. And if that's what you're looking for, is to have that conversation with a live person, that would be my recommendation. But maybe you don't want to call, maybe you don't feel comfortable picking up the phone. We have a number of email addresses. We have an info@Ripon address, but then Family Voices at Ripon has an address that goes to myself and my team. The call center has an address, callcenter@ripon.org, and they, you know, their team gets it. So depending on your need, you could always just shoot an email and then you'll get a phone call back. If that's, you know, a lot of people just feel uncomfortable picking up the phone, or they're just tired and they're not sure, like, you know, they've been through so many different people and going through so many different resources and getting like passed around. You know, it's tough to want to trust somebody else. We just had a policy forum at the end of September about ensuring access to early childhood preschool special education, because right now the workforce is just horrendous in that area. And a lot of families are feeling a gap in services between exiting early intervention and getting into preschool special ed. And one of the parents who spoke at that for us, she said she'd talked to like about 15 different people, and she's typically from Africa. So she actually, I apologize, she's not from Africa. Her parents were from Africa, but she has an accent. But she was born and raised in Rhode Island. And people were saying, well, it's your child has a disability because you speak you speak with an accent. And she goes, and nobody would listen to me until I talked to somebody at Ripon. And then finally I was able to like have my concerns validated and get my child, the services that they needed. So I think having that peer perspective and that lived experience really does make people feel more comfortable reaching out.
Should caution too, just one thing is that as a nonprofit, you have to make sure the healthcare providers are there. You don't want to be answering questions about their health or treatments or anything like that. And we as a nonprofit strive to remain neutral. So I think that's just something we all have to think about and make sure that we know our boundaries in that regard.
Any other questions? Great.
Hi, I'm from New Hampshire. So if I called Ripon from New Hampshire, would you be able to access or give me help in New Hampshire, or is there a nonprofit like you in New Hampshire?
Yes. So New Hampshire Family Voices is who I would refer you to. My friend Terry Olson Martin is the woman who runs the Family Voices there. They also are the Parent Training Information Center. Not all organizations do the lifespan of services like we do, but that would be like my first referral, and then hopefully they would be able to direct you towards any more specific resources or information in New Hampshire.
Great.
Yeah, we help families that come from other states, or like other Family Voices will refer their families to us, or vice versa. If we know somebody is moving to another state and they're looking like, oh, what am I going to do? What's the education system like? Or I'm looking at moving to a couple different towns. Which one do you think would be better based on my family's needs? We try to direct them to other family-led organizations so that they can weigh their options that way. And I do appreciate what you had said about the, remaining neutral. And that's why, like with the medical home portal, you can create these lists of providers. So you're not saying, go talk to this provider, unless it's like a geneticist in Rhode Island where there's two. And they're located at the same organization, the same place. But we can provide them like, here's a listing. These ones are located in your neighborhood or whatnot, so that we are remaining neutral. And we are, giving families options, because just because I had a bad experience with somebody doesn't mean somebody else is going to have the same experience. People vibe with different people. That's why too, we refer to other support groups in the state, like the Autism Project has support groups, Parent Support Network, because we know like not everybody will get along. Personalities are different, and we know that not one organization can do it all. So we're definitely open to sharing resources, but also connecting them with other places that can provide similar or the same services we do, because it's just the nature of what we do. We want to make sure that they're feeling comfortable and connecting to somebody that they feel comfortable talking to.
Any last questions?
This isn't a question, but more of a comment. Facebook groups can be a really good resource for information. You wouldn't look there for medical advice, but if you know of a condition that's been diagnosed, Facebook groups can have files with lists of doctors who have worked with that condition. People can recommend things that they've done, local things like places to go and services that are available. And it's sometimes a really good place to start if you can just find a local Facebook group for this specific condition.
I do know that there is a Rhode Island Special Needs Parents Facebook page that was developed by two moms about 10 years ago who met in the NICU. One of those moms still helps to run that page. There's about 5 moderators. There's over 1,000 people on that site. It's mainly parents, but there are some service providers, but it is closely monitored. And honestly, in all these 10 years, I've maybe seen some drama pop up on that site like 2 or 3 times that I've been aware of. So, you don't want to run into these issues where people are like accusing people of other things or not supporting others through their journey. Keep on scrolling if you don't like what somebody has to say. That's like our support group rules. Like there's no judgment, you know what I mean? Everybody's journey is different. So you do want to caution, like, sometimes you can get into online drama, but you don't want people to feel uncomfortable sharing or whatnot. But there are some good pages out there.
I totally agree with that. And we have, in the PKU world, we have such great Facebook groups that Cook for Love, for instance. You share recipe ideas and support for PKU parents, and the adults get together, and those are all wonderful, wonderful resources. But I also encourage, especially the connection, the personal connection, and the back and forth conversation is invaluable. So we try to do both, but absolutely. And we have to find a way to use social media more for advocacy efforts. I mean, that's how we get people's attention now. And we're not very good at it. We're all volunteers. We don't have a marketing staff. We need to. It's too bad that we don't have an organization that we can, rely on for that. That's an expert, right? That we can all come together and maybe have a marketing organization that can help us with different things that we need. But it's definitely needed. And I agree with the social media aspect of it.
Okay, just to piggyback on that, I learned about this conference from the Rhode Island EDS Facebook group that also has in-person meetings. So it kind of is talking about everything. And I'm referring to that group specifically when I say lists of doctors and that sort of thing. But I'm sure there are other groups like that for other things. So marketing on Facebook does work.
TikTok, but I don't.
You might be better off. No kidding. All right. I think we have time for maybe one more question. Anybody have any questions? If not, thank you all so much for your insight. Again, we really appreciate you being here. We're going to take this time for a break, get a stretch, go visit
speakers discussing transition to adult services. Karen Lowell is the eligibility supervisor at the Division of Developmental Disabilities, a division of the Rhode Island Department of Behavioral Health Care, Developmental Disabilities, and Hospitals for the state of Rhode Island. Karen has been working with both children and adults with disabilities for the past 40 years in a variety of capacities and duties, including direct service with autistic individuals, the Department of Children and Youth Families, Social Security Determination, and has been the supervisor of the eligibility unit for the Division of Developmental Disabilities for over 10 years. Joining her is Susan Hayward. Susan is a master's in social work, is the administrator of transitional services at the Division of Developmental Disabilities, a division of Rhode Island Department of Behavioral Health Care and Hospitals. That is a mouthful. Susan received her master's degree and license in the field of social work and has worked with adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities for 25 years. She currently works collaboratively with state partners and advocacy organizations to ensure the transition process from school to adulthood is responsive to the needs of transitioning youth. Please join me in welcoming both Karen and Susan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. We're so very happy to be here today and feel very grateful to be invited to talk with everyone about adult services and not only services and processes through the Division of Developmental Disabilities. I've been here for pretty much most of the day, and I've really been very struck by how meaningful the information has been that people have shared. And we're hoping that the information that we share with you is as meaningful as that has been. So by the end of our presentation, we anticipate that you'll have an understanding of how to access adult services, why you might recommend adult services to a transition age youth and their family, and also provide some resources to help you or people you might be supporting as they navigate through the transition years. So next slide, please. So as you can see here, the Division of Developmental Disabilities is part of the State of Rhode Island Department of Behavioral Health Care, Developmental Disabilities, and Hospitals. If you live in Rhode Island, you will hear people use the acronym BUDA for our department. It's not something that we sanction, but it is something that's just happened over time simply because of the letters of our department. The Division of Developmental Disabilities, or what we'll end up calling DDD for short, provides access to and funding for services for adults with intellectual or developmental disabilities. And those would include something like supported employment, integrated day activities, support in a person's home, and various types of residential support. So Karen is going to share information about the application process and eligibility criteria. And then I'll then share information about the transition process and services available to transitioning youth and their families.
Okay, so who's likely eligible? Individuals with a diagnosis and supporting documentation of these following diagnoses prior to age 22. So anyone with an intellectual disability, with consistent IQ scores below 70, autism spectrum disorder with significant impacts on activities of daily living. The same with severe physical disabilities, sensory disabilities, or other disabilities. So the disability alone doesn't make somebody eligible. It's the impact on activities of daily living. So that's really important. The other thing to know about diagnosis is a lot of times children have vague diagnosis as they're developing, and that's a good thing because we don't want to label them too early. But as they age and as they get closer to adult services, it's really important to clarify those diagnoses because adult services are diagnostically based. So something like developmental delays is great for a child, for a young child. But when you're an adult, that's not an adult diagnosis. It's just a term. So we really need to kind of clarify what does developmental delay mean. So that's something to think about as, you know, students are in high school, getting closer to adult services to really kind of clarify some of those diagnoses. Okay. When to apply? In Rhode Island, we have a policy called Eligibles by 17. So we want students to apply a little early so that we can work on a transition. We don't want them applying right when they're ready for services. We'd like to kind of transition them into adult services. So you can actually apply as early as 16 years, 10 months, given 2 months to kind of get that application through the whole process. So that you can be eligible by age 17. Okay, services don't start until you're 18, but this will give transition time. Okay. How to apply? Our application is on our website, which is there, bhddh.ri.gov. When you're applying, you fill out the application itself, and then you have to kind of create an eligibility packet. So in addition to the application, we need that official diagnosis. As many diagnoses, if you have multiple diagnoses, we need those. Cognitive testing, if you have a cognitive disability. So if you have an intellectual disability, we really do need an IQ score at some point at high school level, because that's part of the adult diagnosis of intellectual disability. If you don't have an intellectual disability, but you have some learning delays, educational testing really helps us kind of know your learning style. So that's important to include too. Vocational records. In Rhode Island, we're doing a lot of vocational situational assessments. The students are going out into the community and sampling jobs. And they do a lot of vocational work in the schools. So we really try and get a copy of some of that information. Medical history for medical diagnosis. So if you don't have a medical diagnosis, we don't need medical records other than the diagnosis itself. But if you have epilepsy, if you have a medical condition that is, is part of your disability, then we would need information on that only. We don't need your whole medical history. We don't need a lot of medical records. We're not going to be treating anybody medically. What do we need to be aware of when working with this individual. You know, allergies, epilepsy, you know, different kind of information that we might need there. Psychiatric records, if applicable, and any other documentation that you think really kind of helps describe the individual and gives us additional information. Past HBTS plans are useful, good information to provide. Sometimes we have social histories, which are really helpful to have us know the person and the details about them. So anything else you think is important, okay? So then once you're eligible, we have an assessment tool called the SIS. SIS stands for the Supports Intensity Scale. And this is an assessment that determines what level of supports you need. Not everybody needs the same level of supports. So this is a very thorough evaluation that we conduct. We usually conduct it through Zoom. We do it with the schools for students who are still in schools. The teachers participate, the parents of course participate. Anyone else working with that person would participate in this evaluation process to kind of learn as much as we can about that person, their learning styles, their needs in different settings, you know, all of that information.
Okay, I'm back up again. So we're going to talk a little bit about the transition to adult services. Earlier, I heard Neil, I believe his name was, earlier on in the day, talk about the transition to adulthood and how much information is needed there, which was very interesting for me to listen to, especially from a medical perspective. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in regard to young people who may be eligible for adult services because of having a rare medical condition that has significantly impacted their life such that they've applied, or other students with intellectual or developmental disabilities. One of the things that we are very clear about is that transition can be a very tumultuous and scary time for families because you're leaving the familiarity of a family practitioner that you know very well, maybe school department personnel that you know, maybe children workers who have been in your home for a long time, assisting your family and your child for quite some time. You're leaving the familiar daily schedule that you've been involved with, either through the school or having some support in your home, and you're moving to a completely different structure of support with different people. The language we use, the acronyms we use, they're all different than what is used in children's services. And so families very often don't know where to turn. One of the trusted people they very often will go to is a family practitioner, a nurse, or a doctor that they've been involved with for some time. So these are young people who have quite likely been involved with children's services and really need to understand what happens when you're moving from the children's system of service and school district funded services to adult services. So I'm going to walk you through with my friend behind the scene here, a couple areas on the transition page of our website to find some resources that could hopefully be useful to you. So we have developed this transitioning to adulthood page. It's on our website, which is bhddh.ri.gov. You'll see it at the top of the page here. When you get to this page, if you're interested in looking at this information, you click on developmental disabilities, the drop-down arrow right next to that word, and then click on transitioning to adult services. Okay. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll go ahead and see that page. This page has a load of information for young people between the ages of 14 and 22 who are going to be moving on to adult services. I'm just going to show you a few things on here. The first part here is in regard to the application process, which Karen has already talked with you about. There's a link there to take you to the page of our website that gives you really good information about eligibility and also gives you the application. But the one that I want to start with here is the transition roadmap. This is something that we put together last year with a lot of input from students and families, teachers, social workers, other professionals. And what we did was we put together some answers to questions that people would frequently ask. We did that by saying, we just giving one statement about it and then sending you to a link that would give you more information. So if you want to click on the link for, I have questions about developmental disabilities, a little bit of brief information there. And then if you scroll down, this just gives you some information about who the heck is the Division of Developmental Disabilities and what do they do? If you go back again, let's say, can I get help to complete my application? Yes, we have a contract with Ripon. Ripon will go to IEP, Individualized Education Plan meetings for students who are 17 or 18 years old and have not yet filled out our application. We have a contract with them to do that, to not only provide information about adult services, but also to help that student and family complete the application. So if you clicked on the link next to that question right there, yes, it would bring you straight to Ripon's website, which has already been talked about today. Okay, if you go back to that document and scroll all the way down to the third page, we put this document together again based on feedback from people so that it would have a graphic section. This section does the exact same thing the other one does. It brings you to a link that will provide more information. So let's say the blue one, I'm approved for services. What's next? You click on that and it brings you right to our brochure, 2 pages. So if you scroll down a little more, you'll see more of it that tells you the steps. Okay, here's the criteria for eligibility. Here's how you apply. After you apply, you're going to, down the other way, you're going to get information about having the supports intensity scale assessment that Karen just talked about. You're going to get a social worker, and then you're going to have a model of service that you choose and develop a plan and start your services. All right, if you could just go back again. All right, why don't we skip over, go back to the main page, and I'll just show you, just want to show you 2 more documents that could be of interest. So if you scroll down slightly to the transition age guide, the top one in bold, this is something that we just put together this year. We had a lot of feedback from people letting us know that they really wanted some kind of very plain language, easy to read document that just gave some basic information about steps to take to apply. So that's what we put together here. This is shared with all the school districts across the state to share with students and families during IEP meetings. And it's just a very basic step-by-step process of how you apply. We've got, as you can see, QR codes in here for people who are using a cell phone more than a computer. What you do with your application, how long you wait to receive a response regarding the submission of your application, what happens depending on your age, if you're found eligible or not. And then it walks you through all the steps about what happens as you're getting ready to exit school and you want to start receiving services. Tried to keep it as simple and plain language as we could. As you can see, it is a lot of steps. If you could just please go back. I'm not going to show you this document, but just for your information, the document that is below that called Guide to Accessing Transition Services, no need to click on it, but that's also a new document that we just created. And that is a much more detailed step-by-step process of if you're a student in high school and you're in a transition program, but you're going to go to work and you've already exhausted your assistance, your financial assistance through the Office of Rehabilitative Services, how can I get help to have a job coach to help me keep my job while I'm still in school receiving transition services? That gives you a step-by-step example of how to do that. If you just go over to the right side there, the transition timeline, this is one that we had put together a couple of years ago, again, with a lot of input and vetting from families and students and social workers and advocates. And this is age by age. As you're going through the transition process, what are the things that you really want to think about as you're in that age? So it talks a bit about what kind of things you want to think about in terms of your IEP meeting. If you're receiving services in your home right now, how do you make sure those services continue as you're getting older? Let's stop 18 right there. We encourage people, if they're not yet working, to apply for supplemental security income. If you just click on that link, it brings you right to the Social Security Administration website and how to apply. So we've tried to give people resources through this transition timeline document for each age, so they have a pretty good idea of the structure of what happens as you're moving through the transition years. Okay, there's a lot of information, so obviously we won't go through the whole thing, but I just wanted to give you a smattering of information here. As you can see, there's loads more information on this page, but if you could scroll down a little bit further, what we're scrolling past right now is recordings of webinars that we had with 12 of our adult service provider agencies. Last year, we had some webinars. You don't need to click on them, but we held webinars where we had 4 different adult service agencies meet with families and students and talk about what they do. So families also had a chance to ask questions about what they do. We recorded them and put them on the website. We actually have 34 agencies in Rhode Island that provide services. These are just 12, but it gives an idea of what to look for. Kathy had mentioned earlier being up at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning. And sometimes these are the kind of things that you might be interested in looking at, just to kind of, quell some of the anxiety that exists during the time of transition. The last one I'll show you on this page is the PACER Center under Community Resources. This is just a link to a national organization. Perhaps some of you are familiar with it, maybe not. The link that I usually go to here is Students and Young Adults, kind of in the center of the page, transitioning to life after high school. There's every one of these green rectangles has great information, but this one pertains very much to the job that I do. And so we very often will print out these single page documents and share them with families. Just gives great ideas on what to be thinking about. For example, how do you find a healthcare provider when you're, 17 and preparing to move into adulthood? How do you, what documents might you need to keep for maybe a lifetime? And where do you put them? How do you store them such that you don't lose them? How to advocate for myself. It's just a great, great resource. All right, you could go back to the PowerPoint if you would. Thank you very much. So you might be wondering, how do we find out about transition age youth who could benefit from adult services? So in Rhode Island, if you are a teacher in a public, non-public, or charter school, and you are an educator for a student who is between the ages of 14 and 22, who has an intellectual or a developmental disability, an individualized education plan, and a career development plan, and that student is likely to need adult services, then the teacher invites us to the IEP meeting. We have a very formal process by which a teacher would do that. It's simple. It's just a link on our transition page where they give us the information, but we have a very formal structure as to how we respond to those IEP meetings to make sure we're making it so that we can give families information about adult services. We also, I had mentioned this earlier, but it's worth saying again, we do contract with RIPEN. RIPEN is just a tremendous organization. I'm sure you all have gotten that sense here listening to Kathy and Tara talk about their services. We contract with them to go to IEP meetings for young students and connect with families at an early age to not only benefit from their resources, but to help fill out our application. They also provide packets of information to families, trying not to keep it too large, just enough so it's not overwhelming, because sometimes we know even one sheet of information about adult services can be too much. They monitor a Spanish phone line, and they also provide a lot of great webinars for families. All right, if you could just go to I guess I could click. Thanks, Karen. So if you're, case management. So if you are eligible for adult services, every person eligible is assigned to a social worker. We actually have true professionally trained social workers working at the Division of Developmental Disabilities, and we are thrilled about that. These are not people who are case managers. They have a professional background in being trained social workers. So that social worker becomes the primary contact for you as you're transitioning into adult services. And at least 1 year before the student leaves school, they go to the IEP meeting and they start reaching out and working with the student and their family and the school team on transitioning over into adult services. So they'll not only go to the IEP meeting, but they'll meet with the student and their caregiver or family or whoever the collateral contact is that's important to that young person. And they'll do that in person or virtually, and they'll have a real true conversation with that family. What are you interested in? What are you worried about? What are you looking forward to? What are you really good at? What do you need some help with? They really want to understand and know that person. What they'll do also is share information about adult services. We have a couple of different models of adult service. There's services that you can get through an agency. There's self-directed services, which means you just need a fiscal intermediary to channel the Medicaid funds that will pay for services, but you get to decide how you're spending your day, how you're spending that money, and how much you're paying your staff. Or you can use it both at the same time. So the social worker will share that information with families and also help connect families to community resources. Community resources and natural supports are a big part of supports in adulthood, which is kind of different than what is experienced during school, but I'll talk about that a little bit more as we go further. So next slide, person-centered services. Adult services in Rhode Island are person-centered. They're individualized. They focus on whole life planning. So they include supported employment, maybe some kind of integrated day activities, wraparound supports, perhaps some nursing or CNA services that somebody might need. They involve connecting with resources in the community that could be faith-based organizations or social groups. It could be some way to contribute in your community. It's very much a picture of, it's not just about a schedule and staffing. It's about what matters in your life. What are you interested in? How do you connect with other people who might be interested in the same thing? How do you develop friendships? And how do you also get the support you need to achieve the goals and things that you want to work on? Adult service providers in Rhode Island, we've had a tremendous shift over the past 10 years with our adult service providers. Previously, we had sheltered workshops and we had transportation for every person who was interested in going to one of those sheltered workshops. We had speech services, physical therapy, occupational therapy, adaptive phys ed. It modeled what was happening in the school. That changed over the last 10 years. And now adult services in Rhode Island are very much integrated into the community. Most of the time, people are out and about in the community. There are still, some agencies that have like a hub. You might go there to start your day or do a few things, but then you're out in the community. As you can imagine, that means that the natural supports that you have in your life and the connections that you have in your community are vitally important to building a whole life plan of support. Okay. The other thing is that this, as I mentioned, the speech, the OT, the PT, all of those things that used to be offered at a center, those are now received through your insurer. So the social worker who gets involved will talk about all of this with the individual who's eligible for service and also their family to make sure you understand how to go ahead and get those services differently than you did while you were in school. Okay. What is that? Okay. So we also have residential services that could be offered to someone who might be in need. Occasionally, there's a young person who's in school who might have some kind of a critical need for a residential opportunity other than what they're living in. If the young person is eligible for DD services, we can help. As I mentioned earlier, we can provide funded service for someone while they're still receiving school-funded services. We also have different types of residential options for people, as you can see here. And we work very closely with our Department for Children, Youth, and Families to make sure that we're attending to young people who might have an intellectual or developmental disability or a behavioral health need, who are currently in a 24-hour residential placement somewhere and are going to need some type of similar residential support when they leave. So Karen and I meet monthly with DCYF to make sure that we are all paying attention to those young people and they're getting referral to or application to our department and connected with services well before they are ready to leave DCYF. And then this is just our contact information. So thank you very much for your attention. And does anyone have any questions?
reference my son who's a young adult. Well, he's not even a young adult, he's an adult. And he lives independently, and that would not be possible without the support that he gets through BHDDH. And so I truly from my heart, thank you. Otherwise he'd be in my basement, and that wouldn't be good for anybody. So my question is you referred to the like speech therapy and physical therapy and how that needed to go through their insurance at that point. I know that sometimes there's an issue if an adult with a disability, to get those services, there might not be improvement. So they might not meet the criteria to get it from the medical side. Are they still able to get it through their plan then, if it was denied from their medical insurance? I'm not sure. Was that clear enough?
Yes. Are you talking about their plan, meaning their individualized service plan?
Yes. And I actually just spoke to a colleague who was saying that one of the services that they had been getting for years through their funding through BHDDH, they self-directed, was being denied and said it needed to go through their health insurance. However, their health insurance won't cover it because there's going to be no improvement. It's to keep the status quo, which,
yes,
hey, that's great.
Yes.
But that person would have to go through the whole denial process first. And I'm just
Yes.
wondering if there's like a workaround or if that's just the way it is.
I don't know that there's a workaround. I think you do have to get the denial from the insurance company, but our kind of general response to that is if it's a Medicaid allowable service, then you can request it in the individualized support plan. But there does have to be some kind of substantiating, documentation that you have tried to get this through the insurance company.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Do we have any other questions?
All right. Well, thanks very much, everyone. Appreciate your attention.
Thank you so much, Karen and Susan. I'm going to announce the moderator for our last resource panel, Catherine Diorsi from Integrative Healthcare Solutions, who will be introducing the panelists.
I got the tall task of having the last session prior to closing remarks, so I know how this goes. Just thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm a huge believer in having resources. So my name is Catherine Diorsi, as Nicole mentioned. I am the executive director and founder of another nonprofit organization called Integrative Healthcare Solutions. So we are trying to do something different for a community that desperately needs it. We're here to bring holistic healing and prevention services for people that struggle with substance use and mental health. So while I do not have a child with a life-threatening or rare disease, I can tell you that I'm a mom. And for the last few years, I have been working in the rare disease space. And as a mom, I'm really humbled for all that you have on your plate. And so I have been working the last couple of years to provide some resources in self-care, in stress management to the rare disease community. So I'm very excited to be here for this next panel. So I'm going to invite all of my panel members to come up and they will introduce themselves. We have Rachel Rojavin, licensed social worker from Team Impact. We have Sarah Boyer, who's a physician from the Coalition Against Pediatric Pain. Paige Brenton, the director of camper admissions, and Beth Klein, who's the admissions coordinator from a Hole in the Wall game camp. And then Barbara, who's the Angel Flight from that organization. So thank you so much. I will let you take it away. Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel. I am a clinical social worker and I'm the director of clinical services at Team Impact. Before coming to Team Impact, I was actually a pediatric oncology social worker at Hasbro for many, many years. So I'm definitely very familiar with the resources in the state of Rhode Island and in New England. So really excited to be here. I don't know if we have slides. Okay. Yeah, we do. Yeah, I think we do. Okay, we do too, but I'll pass the mic down. We can all introduce ourselves while we wait for that.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bohr. I am with the Coalition Against Pediatric Pain, which is a nonprofit that helps parents and children that have complex pain issues. I am a pediatrician myself. Did not hear anything about Ehlers-Danlos syndrome until my daughter was affected and found out the whole family has it, which has drastically changed our lives. So I know what parents go through and families go through with this having a rare disease. So we are here to support parents and children in fun ways and educational ways through this journey.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Paige Breton. I am the Director of Admissions at the Hole in the Wall Gang Camp. So I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity to be here today. There's so many wonderful people here, some familiar faces, and organizations that we get to learn from, and we're excited to share more about the Hole in the Wall.
Hi, I'm Beth. I work with Paige at the Hole in the Wall, and I echo her sentiments.
Hello, everyone. I'm Barbara Sika with Angel Flight Northeast or Angel Flight New England. I'm a jack of all trades, I guess you could say, at Angel Flight, from marketing, communications, fund development, patient assistance, and I'm very excited to be here today and thank Rare New England for having us.
I never remember what's on my slide, so this way I can. All right, great. So Team Impact is a national nonprofit that works with children who have rare, serious, life-threatening conditions all over the country. Our focus is on providing kind of wraparound social and emotional support to kids by matching them with a college athletic team in their local community. So our organization is about the team, not the sport, but we're really focused on building social connections for kids within their local communities. In New England, we've worked with over 800 families since our founding in 2011. We're on 700 plus campuses all across the country. And also within New England, we work with more than 40 referring healthcare organizations or community-based programs like our good friends at Hole in the Wall. And we've served over 20,000 student athlete participants. We work with children who have over 250 different diagnoses. So we're an organization that is not diagnosis specific. There are very few exclusionary diagnoses that we work with, and I'm really excited to be here today for that reason. I was talking with one of the Rare New England board members about how we work with many, many children across the country who are one of a small handful of people that have their diagnosis. They have a diagnosis that hasn't even gotten a name yet. It's still a bunch of letters or numbers. And it's really exciting when we're able to help those families because there often aren't a lot of resources available for them. And I know there are a lot of people in this room and also online who have started organizations, founded programs to really serve the population that your family finds yourself in upon diagnosis. And we're also here to help. Other eligibility criteria are that kids have to be between 5 and 16 years old to qualify for Team Impact. And they need to be in need of that social and emotional support. So, while I would say that most kids who are dealing with rare disease would fall into that bucket, some kids are sort of thriving in the current day. So we would want to think about Team Impact for them a little bit down the road. You can just see some of the major diagnoses that we work with. But like I said, within a lot of these, there are especially in the genetic disorder bucket, there are very, very rare diseases that we support. So in addition to matching a kid with a college sports team for what we like to say is a 2-year therapeutic mentoring program, what does that really mean? Well, at Team Impact, we provide 2 years of facilitation by our clinical social work or child life case managers. So all of the case managers on my staff are either master's level social workers or certified child life specialists. So people that you all, if you're familiar with pediatric healthcare, know those roles and professions very well. Our staff are focused on understanding from families why your children are coming into Team Impact. What are you looking for out of this experience? Is it just something for fun to bring moments of joy and connectedness to your family? Or are you looking for support around a specific area of life that's been really challenging for your child? Once we understand what you're looking for, our case managers are able to work with you to set goals for your participation in Team Impact. And then we support both our families and the teams that they're matched with to build relationships that can help execute on those goals. We find that most families come into Team Impact focusing on one of these 4 main areas, although many families may be focusing on more than one of these. People are looking for ways to help their child cope with the ups and downs of having a chronic condition. They're looking for something hopeful and positive in their life that's not really related to the child's diagnosis or specific treatment, something that can just let the kids be kids. And they're also looking to build an identity outside of their child's condition. So we don't want our kids to be kids who are defined by their diagnosis like cystic fibrosis, but to have cystic fibrosis be part of who they are as a whole person. Lots of families are looking for opportunities for their kids to build confidence, some independence and autonomy. So we often have kids at the beginning who come in, and the technical term I call it as a clinical social worker is the Velcro syndrome. Like literally attached to the parent or caregiver on their leg or on their lap. And over time, really building that confidence and their ability to go off and be with their team, knowing that the caregiver will be in the background there if needed, but that these kids can go and be more independent in really age appropriate, developmentally appropriate ways. I will say the caveat to that is that we're not a drop-off program. So parents or caregivers do have to stay present with their child during all visits. That's my risk management hat just coming on for there for a second. Families are also looking for support around their child's healthcare. So as kids, transition is a huge topic. And I think that was a really well done talk on that topic. But as kids are getting older, they need to become more responsible for their care. And so we've seen a lot of benefits around kids kind of gaining some responsibility and becoming more able to and interested in advocating for themselves within their medical team, more comfortable asking questions, talking about their diagnosis. And there's a lot that happens in terms of socialization. So kids really in this very emotionally safe place, being able to learn and practice social skills that they can then take back with them into their communities, their school system, their neighborhoods, and put and implement. So we do some data, we try to do a lot of data collection at Team Impact. And what we have found is that kids who are involved in Team Impact show an improvement in their emotional resilience around having a chronic condition. You might ask how we measure that. We actually measure that with a tool that's put out by the National Institute of Health called the PROMIS measure. And for anybody who's interested in that, I can dive more granularly with you offline. I talked a little bit about health outcomes related to participation in Team Impact. And what we've seen is that 87% of our participants show improved or increased level of physical activity. And I will say that we are not an adaptive sports program. There's tons of amazing challenger programs and unified sports leagues and Special Olympics out there that are really focused on having kids with chronic illness and disability participating in the sport. We're about team. We're about the relationship between the child and the athletes. We're not about teaching them how to play the sport. However, we connect our participants, our kids, with a whole team of young adult mentors and role models. And what do? Well, they're really active people. They practice, they train, they care about things like how they eat and staying hydrated and getting enough sleep. And our kids see that and they want to emulate that. And so it's led to a lot of, just increased interest in being active and increased activity overall. Which, as we all know, being active is healthy, regardless of what your medical condition is. So if we can support that in any way, I think we're doing a good thing for our kids. Like I said, we see improvements in their ability to advocate with their medical team. We see more cooperation with their care. And we really attribute that to the Team Impact experience being a huge motivator for them. So we see this as like a bi-directional mentoring relationship. The kids are mentoring the student athletes are mentoring the kids. But one of the things that they talk a lot about is the kid needing to take care of themselves, just like in the way that the student athlete has to take care of themselves to be able to perform and meet the responsibilities of being an athlete. Our kids have to do that in order to be healthy enough or able to participate with their team. So it's a great kind of motivator, positive reinforcement, incentive, whatever we want to call it, bribe, I don't know. And we see them gaining some independence with their medical care as well. So, and I'll be available for questions or anything like that. But if you, let's say, are interested in enrolling your child, or you're in an organization and you want to be able to refer somebody to us, how would you do that? So you go to our website, which is teamimpact.org, and there's a postcard in everybody's bag that has a little QR code that will take you right there. And if you want to make a referral, you're going to, on the right side, you can see that arrow. You're going to click the Get Involved button, and then you're going to go down to Medical Resources and Referrals. That's if you're a referring agency, medical provider, case manager, you can do that. If you're a family, we want you to self-refer. So you're going to, again, click the Get Involved button, and you're going to hit Apply as a Family. You're going to fill out a super simple questionnaire. You know all the information off the top of your head, I promise. And we're going to be in touch with you to schedule an intake with one of our child life specialists. I will say that for the referring providers in the room, we do not require physician signature or confirmation of diagnosis. So it's a really super low lift thing to be able to do. And in case you're wondering, what some of the campuses are that we work with in New England, here are some that we have available teams right now, ready and waiting for a kid to join their team. So we've got teams at Yale and Sacred Heart and Dartmouth and Springfield College and Harvard and St. Michael's up in Vermont, and Bates, I believe, is the polar bear. That took a second for me to remember. University of New England, St. A's, Brown, UVM, and Bryant. So we're all over the country, like I said, and we're all over New England and the Northeast. You can click the QR code right there if you want to see where else we are. But just as I'll leave you with this. We have a girl that we work with outside of New England, but she has Rett syndrome. And at the beginning of the pandemic, she was supposed to be going to physical therapy every week to work on kind of muscle strength and gait training and all of these things. And obviously that shut down at the beginning of the pandemic. The family had a treadmill at home, and their medical team said to them, have her walk on the treadmill just 15 minutes a day. And that's something that will really help get us through this time. Well, this little girl was 5 years old, and she thought that was not a good idea. She did not want to do that. So for all of the parents and caregivers in the room, and online, if you've ever tried to get a 5-year-old to do something they don't want to do, good luck to you. And she didn't want to do it. And it was a battle. It was a huge battle. And we matched this little girl with a women's volleyball team at a college in her community. And although they couldn't get together in person, the volleyball team made a playlist for her on Spotify. And they shared the playlist with mom. And mom said, let's just walk for one song, because the girls made this playlist for you and they love you and they want you to do it, and let's just try it. And she walked for one song. And then she walked for 2 songs. And then she walked for 15 minutes. And then she did a mile. And it turned this experience of this battle between very self-assured and self-determined 5-year-old and parent into an opportunity where this girl felt like every time she got on that treadmill and played that playlist, her team was with her and supporting her. That playlist has been added to for the past 3 years. And it's now something like over 14 hours long, because every time one of the athletes thinks of a new song that this little girl is going to like, they add it. And it's just been such an amazing connection moment. So I could tell you dozens of stories like that. I will not, because I want my co-panelists to be able to share, but thank you so much.
Hi again. So I am here with the Coalition Against Pediatric Pain, which is a nonprofit helping parents and children who deal with any illness that can cause chronic pain. And I'd like to thank my fellow Mama Bear, Donna Sullivan, for helping prepare these slides. So TCAP is dedicated to supporting kids. Basically, I'd like to think of us as fun for the kids and support for the families. Sorry if I say mom instead of families. It's all of us. My role is clear as not as a physician. I just happened to get involved because I was looking to help kids. So anytime a parent needs resources, needs help navigating, they don't know what's going on with their child, they want safe providers to go to, we can offer advice. Also connection for the kids. I will get into the events that we do, which are really fun for the kids. It's really, sometimes if you have a child in pain, you might not see them smile for days, weeks. And then, so we try to just bring joy into the children's lives, which can help any parent dealing with that as well. We understand parents coming in a lot of times, outside of the bubble of people that understand rare illness, you're kind of sometimes looked at, it's hard to say what your child is dealing with, what you're dealing with. So we really come in with understanding and support and to advocate for any family that needs it. Basically, some of the events that we've done, we do these online Zoom meetings, which started during the pandemic. Everybody became familiar with Zoom, and now we really connected families from all over the country, all over the world. So for instance, I hosted an American Girl Zoom where any child could just reach out to our organization, tell us what your child's age is, their name. We do ask for a diagnosis just to make sure that they fit into our realm, and a small, like a $5 donation to cover shipping. Every girl got a new American Girl doll in the mail and unveiled it in the Zoom we had that I was hosting. And it was just really great to see the kids interacting together. It was a lot of times they don't get to leave the home for a lot of time, interact with friends, even, like, why can't you chat tonight online? Oh, I have a headache. Friends who are outside of the realm of rare disease might not understand that. So we had a very nice group of kids. One girl had to sit in a dark room because her head hurt. One girl had to turn the camera off because her head hurt as well. One girl had a tic disorder. Nobody judges. So all the girls were just playing nicely with each other. They didn't want to get off the phone. We did hairstyling and everything. And by the end, I almost cried thinking about it. They all exchanged numbers and they have this group chat now. So there's, 8 new friends for these kids who might not have any friends outside of their home who understand. One girl was from Australia, California, from all over the world. It was really nice. So we try to do that as often as possible. We also do Lego nights where a parent just has to contact us. You get a Lego set. The kids, again, just join the Zoom. They put together their Lego and they just chat about life with people who understand. Right now going on is our young adult weekend, where it's sponsored, where they basically don't pay anything or maybe $50. And it's a weekend at Mohegan Sun, all meals, hotel paid for. And again, you're together with young adults who are going through the same thing as you, who might understand, I can't hang out late, I hurt, I need to sit down, that kind of thing. We also do a summer camp for a week with families that come, and which is great for the families. You get away, it's well supported, comfortable for kids who normally can't go to a traditional summer camp. Other things we do, like a virtual camp week in the summer where there's a different activity once a week. This is all over online, an escape room, painting events, just different events for the kids. Our Send a Smile program is where any parent who thinks that their child had a bad week, suffering with pain in the hospital, anything, you can just let us know what their interests are. I'm really into 21 Pilots. I'm really into, horses. We'll gather some things to send your child in a package that they get to open and just bring a smile to their day. I think I covered everything there. So it's really about the kids connecting and making friends. And any parent who has any question about their diseases, again, we don't give advice, medical advice, just more, advocacy and where to get different resources. There are some unique challenges to pediatric pain patients. You can read them all up here. Basically, it's very difficult for a lot of the kids to explain to their friends what's going on. You feel very isolated. It's very hard. A lot of times people don't believe you. Kids are used to putting on a smile, going through the day. They might be in excruciating pain. It's a challenge just to get through the day. So trying to get through the school day, do any sports teams, anything, you're just exhausted by the end of the day. So it's really hard to have people understand and to make connections again. It's very unpredictable as well, making school difficult. One day you might be able to go, the next 2 weeks you might not be able to go. You might need to repeat years, things like that. So again, we do understand what you're going through. There's a lot of surgeries and things like that. It's just really, it's a really tough life for these kids to be living. So we do understand that. Parents also a lot of times have the same condition that their children have. So your children are suffering. It's hard to make it through the day. As a parent, you're going through the same thing. So really, it's just difficult. We understand what you're going through, and we just try to support you in a non-judgmental way. Also help. One thing that we're dealing a lot with is parents being falsely accused of medical child abuse. We do offer support and resources for that as well. It happens more than you would think, unfortunately. So again, we help you take care of yourself and just protect your children in the best way possible. So that's everything. Thank you.
All right. So while she gets that PowerPoint up, I got to say, when I came in, I was pretty impressed that we were right on schedule, like no one was behind. So I'm going to try not to mess that up. All right, so I'll get going with what I have to say. I'm just going to give a little bit of history about Rare of New England, the rare disease community, and the Hole in the Wall Gang Camp. So I see some familiar faces, as I mentioned earlier. I know a lot of people are familiar with the Hole in the Wall, but for those of you who don't know, camp was founded in 1988 by actor Paul Newman. So Paul Newman was a philanthropist. He had a real vision for creating a beautiful space in Ashford, Connecticut, an inclusive space, and I think most importantly, a safe space for seriously ill children and their families to come and preserve their childhood. So the whole idea of our programming is that our kids and our families come and they get to raise a little hell, they get to have fun and be kids. So since we started our summer camp program in 1988, our programs have grown tremendously. So we now have a summer camp, a residential program for 7 to 15-year-olds. We've added family programming, young adult programming, adolescent. We do programming within hospitals. We do programming in the regions where our campers and our families are from. And so as our programming grew, so did our understanding of the rare disease community. And so we've been serving individuals with rare conditions since camp opened. But in 2016, we got really intentional and started working with NORD to get in touch with more of these rare families and get them connected to our programs. So as we started to serve rare families and families with a lot of different rare conditions, and we started to serve them with all the safety and respect and love of camp. So those are our pillars of camp. That's all of our programming is based around those things. We realized how many families out there in the rare community needed camp and how deeply they really needed our programs. So we've learned about a lot of the challenges that are unique to the rare community. And one of the main things being that although an exorbitant, this just tremendous amount of time and energy and emotion go into caring for your child when they have a serious illness, that in these family structures, that is just the tip of the iceberg, that it's a huge lift, but that's really just the beginning. And that the entire family needs connection. The entire family needs community. So that is those are our biggest focuses in our programs. That's where our magic comes in, right? Is developing that community, is creating that safe, inclusive space for families to connect to one another. So I'm going to pass the mic on to my colleague Beth in just a moment, and she's going to talk about our programs. But what I want you to understand about these programs is that they will give your family an opportunity to connect to one another, right? You're going to laugh, you're going to play. You're going to come somewhere and you're going to be able to rest knowing that your medical care is taken care of, and that if something goes wrong, we have a staff of medical professionals, providers, pharmacists, nurse practitioners, everyone right on site to support your family. So that is most of what we hear from our families as the most important part of our programming. So I hope to see some of you in Ashford, Connecticut. So we have lots of opportunities to volunteer for providers, for family pals, maybe as a participant or a family in Ashford. And I'll pass it on to Beth to talk more about the programs and how to get involved.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. So we're gonna just walk through a little bit about what happens at camp, the application process, and how you can get involved. So our mission at Hole in the Wall is to provide a different kind of healing with to serious children with serious illnesses and their families through year-round programs celebrating the fun, friendship, and spirit of childhood. Our goal is to create ongoing camp connections that build a joy-filled, inclusive community where children are not alone to face their challenges and their diagnosis. Our core values and that guide all of our programming opportunities are safety, inclusion, friendship, possibility, and gratitude. Safety is central to all that we do, and keep that in mind as we go through all of our programming. So first I'm going to talk about family weekends. Family camps are a large part of our programming. We're currently on weekend 4 of 8 this fall. So that's really exciting. There was a video that I was going to show you, but it looks like it's not loaded, so that's totally fine. If you visit our website, there are lots of opportunities to check out, we call them healing feeling videos. And there are lots of families there talking about what it's like to be at camp, the medical care, the safety. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's okay. Okay, well, I'll keep talking about it. So family camps are eligible to ages 5 to 15. Many of our children that aren't eligible to come to summer camp are able to come to our family weekends with their parents and siblings. We run them from March to May. So we have like spring family camps, and then we also have
fall family camps after summer gets out, our summer programming. All of our sessions have been general sessions. We do have had this fall had the opportunity to run a Spanish speaking weekend and a bleeding disorder specific weekend. We do everything we can to support families in attending family weekend as well. Does it look like it's gonna play? Okay, that's fine. So you can tell here in the picture, even though it's not motionful, the families are having fun and there's lots of music and dancing and activities that happen at camp. So this is an example of a family camp, maybe a Saturday schedule. We'd wake up and do some morning activities, have lunch and rest time, and afternoon activities, dinner and evening activities. So lots of time to hang out. We have a climbing tower, and which is challenged by choice, which allows kids and their families to maybe experience the zip line or something that isn't something that they might have the opportunity to be a part of. There's boating and fishing on our wonderful lake. There's archery, arts and crafts, wood shop, cooking, cooking zone, parent and caregiver resource time, a cool silent disco thing with like headphones. I've never been a part of it, but it looked really, really fun. And then trivia and much more. So I really encourage you to check out our website and look at those opportunities. So some of you might have questions about, talking about family weekends, like, well, what about housing? What does that look like? What does medical care look like? What does food look like? Maybe I need help with transportation. Well, we got you. So housing is taken care of. It's private housing for each family. You don't have to share a bathroom. If you're in one of our cabins, they're fully winterized. They have heat and air conditioning. There's Wi-Fi. There's accessibility to mini fridges if you need to refrigerate your medication. So housing is taken care of. As mentioned before, we always have a doctor on site during our weekends to support you in caring for your child while on camp. And our medical staff strive to make all treatment comfortable and less invasive for children and families. For food, camp has an in-house chef. So if you're concerned about any allergies or dietary restrictions or anything like that, we can accommodate for all of your family members as well. And as far as transportation goes, camp provides the support that families need to get there. So if you have a family or if you are a family, we encourage you to reach out if you're in need of support. So the application process is really divided up into 4 parts. First, we want to determine eligibility. We do have a range of illnesses that we serve. So we want to make sure that we can safely serve those who do come. And then the second step is to apply. Our application is online. So we through a portal. So if you or families have language barriers, we also have a hard copy English or Spanish copy that we could get out to you. The next step is family immunizations. We just need to know that everyone is up to date on those immunizations. We want to keep everyone as healthy as possible. And then there's a couple more forms that we need regarding the camper specific medical forms so that we can continue to care safely. Once all of those documents are in, we go through a review process. And once the application is reviewed, it's either marked accepted or waitlisted. And our goal is to let families know about 3 to 4 weeks in advance of the start of the weekend. So it's a little bit of a process, but we're there to help you out every step of the way. So what's next? After you attend a residential program with Hole in the Wall, you have access to all of these other really great programs too. So there's parent and caregiver programs, including retreats hosted a couple times a year, and other some are virtual, some are in person. It's a really great opportunity to meet other parents and have a community for you as well. Camp Out has regional events that are similar to something that you might see in Ashford, but are at an offsite venue or in someone's at an offsite venue. Care packages are different mailing series to your home for children and families when there's a significant event in the child's life or a diagnosis or progress. Home visits are customized for your child based on their interests. So for example, cooking zone and baking could be an opportunity for you to bring camp home. And there's more. Once you come, you get to get invited via email for all events to pick and choose what you want to come to. It's important to recognize that all of these programs are free of charge. Camp does not bill insurance or charge families anything to participate. We are grateful for the generosity of those in our community to be able to do that. So if you have any questions, you can email us at admissions@holeinthewallgang.org. This is a QR code. If you want to scan it to get on the notification list for when our spring family weekend applications come out, we'll let you know when those are available. But otherwise, thank you so much for having us, and we'll be happy to answer any questions later.
How's everyone doing? You hanging in there? We're almost there. We're almost in the final stretch. I just want to say thank you again to Rare New England for having us here. My name is Barbara Seeker. As I mentioned, I'm from Angel Flight Northeast. We are a nonprofit that's based at the Lawrence Municipal Airport in North Andover, Massachusetts. We have a humble abode up there. It's in a 1950s terminal. And when those big jets land, we know it. The whole building's rocking. So it's exciting. I'm hearing an underlying theme all day today: community, togetherness, and family. And that's what our foundation is of our organization. Not only are we supporting our community, we have togetherness with our staff, with our pilots, with our patients, their families, and their communities. So we are there. And what we're trying to do is bridge that gap between distance and medical care. It's unfathomable that somebody cannot reach the care that they need because of distance, and medical care, medical health costs just doesn't cover it. And if you have to travel once, twice, or 3 times even a week, the costs are going to get astronomical. And add on to that your prescriptions, your copays, your premiums. It really can tap a family out very quickly. So we provide our services for free. And people say, well, how do you do that? And let me give you a little, I push the top one. There we go. As I mentioned, we're a 501c3, and we provide free air and ground transportation for patients. We're seeing a huge uptick in patients who are afflicted with rare and ultra rare diseases. We have really put a focus into that over the past year to do our outreach. We're working with NORD more closely in terms of spreading the word about our services. While we are called Angel Flight Northeast or Angel Flight New England, we're not only regional, we're national, and we are working internationally now as well. We have been helping patients over in Spain to come over to Boston for medical care, and we're able to do that with partnerships with JetBlue and Cape Air, and we're expanding our partnerships with other commercial aviation. But the real volunteering goes on with our 500+ volunteer pilots, and they donate their planes, their time, their fuel, their compassion. And what they say is they can fly for a $500 hamburger, or they can make a difference. And if I know the price to fill up my car is, I can't even imagine fill up a plane. They are amazing. And then we have these other people called our Earth Angels, or our ground crew members, who pick up the patients at the airports and drive them to the medical facilities. And oftentimes a patient may have to travel on their own, and our ground crew will stay with them and be there for them when they come out after they've gotten a diagnosis or they're scared. They've never been in a city before. We have people that come from Presque Isle, Maine down to Boston. They've never been to a city before. They wouldn't even know what an Uber is if we had to set that up. So having that support goes on. At our height, we've probably scheduled about, I would say, 100 flights a week. It's down a little bit right now, but we're seeing an uptick, and we're there to help. We were founded in 1996 by Larry Kimmerlin. He's sorry he could not be here today, but he retired and he wanted to get his license to be a pilot. And then he saw this special about this group called Angel Flight West. And he said, wow, seems like there's a need. People can't get to the medical care and I'm going to be a pilot. Can I use my talents? So he collaborated with them and founded Angel Flight New England. He started out in the Beverly Airport up in Beverly, Mass. There was one pilot, being himself, and 2 part-time people. They were doing whiteboards and scheduling flights and whatnot back in the old days when you would write things down. And we have grown that, as I mentioned, to 500 pilots. We have about 100 Earth Angels. We have a very humble staff of about 5 of us. There, 2 full-time mission coordinators are available 24/7. They are the angels. You call them and they adopt you immediately into their family. Since our founding, we have coordinated over 108,000 missions to 15 million miles, all for free, and to about 750 medical facilities throughout the United States. And it's very fulfilling. I am a mother of 2 children. I am very fortunate that I can drive into Boston for medical care for my family. I do have family members who have rare diseases, and they're fortunate as well that they can get medical care. But I can't imagine being such a distance that I'm told that the only treatment I can get is hundreds or thousands of miles away. It's heartbreaking. People come into our office who have traveled down, they land at the airport, and everything they own is in just a small paper bag, and they don't have money for food. They don't have money for a hotel, and we embrace them and say, don't worry about it. Everything's covered. So as I mentioned, we are really focusing on the rare and ultra rare disease community. The uptick in that in particular has been staggering. I think it's because more and more people need help because these smaller medical facilities are compressing and they have to go longer distance for clinical trials, for specialized care and whatnot. So they're turning to us for assistance. People say, well, how can it be free? It can be free because we're raising money. We have partnerships with Hasbro, who's right here down in this community. Amazing, amazing organization. Alexian Pharmaceuticals is one of our sponsors. Yeah, M&T Bank, just to name a few. And then we have some foundations as well that turn to us. So our team consists of our pilots, as I mentioned. They're the angels in the skies. Our Earth Angels and ground crew, they're the angels on the ground. And then our mission flight coordinators. We have a web-based mission coordination system that has all the data in it of all our patients. We do a push every day out of the missions that are available, and our pilots pick them up. And if they can't pick them up, then we go to old school. Hey, John, can you help us? Patients will call us and they're saying, I've lost hope. I don't have the money to travel. What should I do? And we say, we're here to help. And there's this silence on the phone and then there's crying. It's very fulfilling. I tell the adage of my youngest son is quite a klutz. He can spill a glass of milk at any dinner table. And since being involved with the organization for over 20 years now, milk is not a big deal on the table. The dog will take care of it. I am sure that he will do that. We've got a lot of achievements and honors. Our most recent is that David Muir did a piece on us during the pandemic. We had a little boy from Andover, Massachusetts. His mother had to relocate to provide for the family and moved to California. And we transported the entire family out there. John was his name. He had a rare condition of cancer in the brain. And unfortunately, he succumbed, but we know that we were able to provide the family safe haven for them to move out to California. His aunt just reached out to me actually last week saying that she thinks of us often and thanks us for helping. We are finding that 40% of our Angel Flight patients are afflicted with rare and ultra rare diseases. We do ask them what their affliction is. We work with their medical teams, social workers. The process is very simple. You call, you ask, we help. There's an intake process, probably takes about 20 minutes depending on the complexity of it, complexity of the mission. And then we do all the magic behind the scenes. Our mission flight coordinators just start getting going. Whether it's to diagnose or treat a disease, going to a camp, clinical trials, or just gaining life-changing medical resources. We also have an Angels for Armed Forces program where we help veterans as well for retraining, support. We all know that we owe them for what they've served to our country. As I mentioned, we are working with NORD. This is just a few of the organizations that we've really come to start to partner with. If anyone's here from any other organizations, we'd love to partner with you as well. I think it was said earlier, knowledge is strength. And the more that we can connect and collaborate together, the more people that we can help. As I mentioned, Larry Kimmerlin is our founder. I'm Barbara Sika, and I'm here with Robert Sika today. And our website is angelflightne.org. Please check us out. We do a newsletter every week called Thankful Thursday, where we highlight a patient or a pilot or a good feel story, because Lord knows we need those good feel stories these days. And we encourage you to sign up for it. So our website is here. We are on social media as well. It's Angel Flight NE. If you look it up on Facebook, I do encourage everyone from a Facebook. We talked about that earlier. Our readership on our Facebook has grown from 500 readers probably about 2 years ago to up over 5,000 readers. People love to read our stories, love to see the good news. We chat about organizations that we're partnering with, how we can help other people. We're not on TikTok. I'm being told that it is something that we need to look for, but we're on LinkedIn as well. And we're here to help. So if you know of someone, I give you one task today, mention about Angel Flight to at least 5 people you know, and I know that 5 other people will be helped. So thank you.
I don't know about all of you, but thank you so much for what you do. I mean, honestly, every single one of you, I just am like, this is how you get through all this. So, I think it was just amazing. And I didn't know anything about any of the organizations. So I'm really happy for the awareness. So now I just wanted to turn it over. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone? Getting to the end. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. At this point, we're going to turn it over to Julie and Nicole. So thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I know it's been a long, long day. Thank you all for being here towards the end. I hope you've appreciated the conference. I know I've enjoyed going around and talking to you and, getting to know you. And I'm hoping that you also filled out the survey, because that's so important. That's not for our need. That's actually something so that we can do better for you. So please do fill that survey out. And if you notice, there is a QR code. So if you didn't want to do it by paper, to put it in through that. So now it's time for drawing for the people who did the passports. Thought being, they need to be here. So we will, we'll just keep drawing until we get the person who gets it. How's that?
Marissa Howard. All right, we'll get going. If you, I didn't remember your last name.
Oh my God. Congratulations. You're the winner of the lovely basket. There you go.
I just volunteered here today, but for everyone that's come up, and shared what they do for the medical field and the families, it's really touching. My daughter personally doesn't have a rare disease. She has mixed mitral valve and heart disease. So hearing all of the resources has been really good. We've been through so much ourselves. To hear that there's many things available now that weren't before, it's really touching to hear that. I know that as a parent, it's a struggle. It really is, that balance of life, being a parent, but then adding in the medical aspect. So you're doing an amazing job. So thank you to everyone. She's here. She's out.
Oh, that's so sweet.
She's only 15. But she's so Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate you, Carissa.
Very much.
Yeah. Yeah, good. You're welcome. All right.
Do you have any more questions?
No, I mean, I want to thank everyone for being here. You stuck it out through the day with us, and we appreciate you all just being here and learning about all of our great resources and hearing from our panelists and speakers and visiting our exhibitors. So we appreciate you and thank you very much. And we hope you had a great day.
And I would say also, we hope to hear from you before next year's conference. It would be really great to keep up the collaboration, the conversation. Thank you so much.